With 3,091 pieces, we are ready to launch into a galactic size build. I give you the Milky Way. Normally I go right into the build with bag one, but I think this set warrants a little bit more of an intro because unboxing this thing was absolutely amazing. All in itself. So it has come with a total of 6 books. And I did see that on the front of the box that it said that it could be built with 1 to 5 people. So they've kind of split it up so it can be a multiple family or friend affair, which is really cool. And then it also came with this white box that I had never seen before that kind of has a cover that comes off of it and a whole bunch of these pieces, which are used in a lot of the artwork, and then a lot of the kind of the standard base pieces that'll help build up the frame. So I separated those all into that box, so we have those easy and ready to go. And then it comes with 31 bags, and the colors are bright and fun, and I'm so excited. The piece count, or the pieces used, I should say, are just very very colorful and very unique. There's a lot of different pieces in there, and so it's just going to be really exciting to build this. So now we're going to get started with bag number 1. So book number 1, it looks like we're going to actually be building the entire frame, and then all of the sections will fit into it. So I'm going to keep the view a little bit zoomed out for us, because I have a feeling it's going to be rather large. I love how it says welcome to Lego Art. Such an exciting section that they're building in the Lego set world. So we're going to use bags number 1 through 3, and then probably all of those potentially all of the extra pieces that came in these separate bags. So let's get started with bag number 1. Okay, so when it said to dump bag number 1, it also had this extra little brick that we were supposed to add in these other pieces. And when I opened them up, I found there was a whole pile of 2 by 16 flats and then 1 by 16 bricks. And there's 2 bags of the 1 by 16 bricks. So we're going to pull out what we need from there too as we're going. And it's going to be interesting. Let's see, we need 4 of those to see how they built this one, because it almost kind of looked like it was a little bit different than maybe some of the other artwork frames that I've built. And 7 of those. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. I looked up at one point the dimensions to this before I purchased it, but I've forgotten. So some of those extra ones. Okay, and then it looks like we're going to build a corner, and they say to build 2 of these. So I'm excited to see how big it's going to end up being. When my daughter and I saw this set coming out, we were like, that is not a negotiable set to get. We are getting it. Not even going to be talked about. But I was actually up at my son's college during his graduation when this set was released, and so I wasn't able. I thought about ordering it, but then I was like, well, I sure would love to go pick it up in the store. So I waited. I was patient, and I kept checking, and they said it was still available online. So I'm like, okay, there's my fallback. But as soon as we got back, and I was able to get to our store, I went. They had 3 left. I was so excited. Oh, okay, just a second. Let me. That just went flying. I'm trying to do this holding it up so you can see it better, but I had to be careful, aren't I? There we go. Okay. Sorry for the noise. Anyways, they had 3 left. Grabbed one of them. Was so excited. And right after that, it went on back order online. So I was one happy girl that I was able to get that before it was out everywhere. But I have a feeling this is going to be a lot of fun. I hope you're building it with me, because I know how excited we're going to be together when we find things. But if not, if you're just checking it out, then stick around, because there is going to be a lot of really cool pieces used, I think, to create this. And I have a feeling if you view it up closely, I'm sure it's going to look cool, but I think I grabbed this first piece that we did, and it goes on each end. We're going to build another one of these. So we're building up the corners. Yeah, okay, so let me build another one. I think we're building probably the width and not the length. Let me go back. But it's probably one of the situations where the farther back you stand, the more amazing it looks. Kind of like pixel art is what I'm thinking. Gonna be amazing, I'm sure. Getting a little bit intimidated actually with how big this actually may end up growing here, the frame size. I have to start worrying about what wall to put it on. That's a good problem to have though, right? I've been doing more where I'm going to put this down so I don't cause a huge crash. Put this on. Okay. I've been doing more where I'm hanging pictures where I'm kind of stacking them one on top of another, which I believe, I hope I'm not wrong about this, I make a bit of a fool of myself, but I believe it's a European, they do that in a European style, maybe in some of the older styles, but where they just stack pictures one on top of another, whereas, oh no, I put it in already. I'm like, we're missing a 1 by 1 brick, but we're not. I had already put it in, it was on the next portion. Anyways, and I know that it had kind of veered away from that a little bit. Just making sure I did that right. It wasn't as popular, I guess. Maybe went a bit more simplistic, but I've been kind of doing it more because I've been getting a lot of pieces of artwork that I like, and you know what? I actually really like it. Probably gonna have to start doing that for our Lego art. All right, put those 2 in, and then they want us to put 5 of these smooths. Let's see, I think they're probably 8 long. And we're putting those in across this top here. I know this is kind of far away from the viewpoint, but I kind of want you to be able to see all of it. But I'm trying to figure out what in the world this is for. Because I've got a golden crowbar here, and I'm not sure. I didn't miss putting it in anywhere, so I'm not sure whether. Maybe it's to help loosen up bricks. Okay, we got this, and we're going to go to bag number 2. Okay, we have our bag plus a bunch of other pieces that were pulled out from those other bags. I think we're making one of the sides. I don't think it's the other corners. Oh my, this is getting along very quickly. It's going to be a very nice sized piece of artwork. I'm going to put this down here so we don't have another crash. But just how long will it end up being? That's the question, isn't it? gonna have to set this aside, I believe, when we're doing our, oops, all of our panels to find a spot for it to hang out with. Oh goodness. Okay. Now, it says to create 2 of those because these are actually going to attach here and make the size. We're not going to have enough room on this table. All right. Go back to the beginning. Start over again. So this does feel slightly different from the other artworks that I've put together. It's got these pieces in it, which I believe are going to be used to secure the panels that we're putting down in there. Let me get them all decked out and fancy looking. Sometimes working with the pixel art can become very tedious. You're just putting in like when you're using just the, you know, the round tiles or round 1x1s, it just becomes very long and tedious. I'm going to push these out of the way. I'm kind of hoping that this will be, we're using so many creative pieces, maybe it'll be a little bit more fun. How does this go? Something is a bit off here. I'm trying to make sure of what I did. Well, no, that is correct. But somehow I'm slightly off because this only has 1 spot and this has 3 spots, and that can't be right. So I'm going to have to shift something. Let me check this one. This one's correct. So I just must have accidentally gotten this off. I'm going to put down that middle piece. Oops. Okay, you should have an overhang of 2 and then 1. And then it'll fit perfectly on there. Oops, flip that around. Make sure that ledge is on the inside, see, of it. Oh my goodness. This is getting really big. Okay, but they want us to do something first. Okay. We are supposed to put in, trying to figure out what we've done here. Just a second. Oh, no. That was just, I'm sorry. I need to flip the page. Okay. So we're going to put in, I put in 3 of these 1x16s on this, on each side. But I'm also, I don't even know if you can see this. Goodness, it's so huge. I'm putting in more of these smooths on top. So they really are making the full frame here. And I'm going to go until I have 4 left open still. I'm going to flip around and do the same on the side. And my guess is the last bag here on this book will be to make this other corner piece that goes in. And then we'll find a spot for this very large frame and we'll start working on those panels. Okay, I'm going to try to see if I can push this aside a bit and get to bag number 3. Okay, we used up all of those pieces in those extra bags. And we're going to start back on one of those corners. It's not overly complicated, that's for sure. It's going together really well. Just make sure you're lining them up right so you don't do what I did there. Overhanging it too much on one side. That's a middle. We're going to make the 2 corner pieces. Quick attachment and we'll be ready to move on. Oh wait. I'll put these in first. I know all black just kind of blurs together as one black mass, but you're watching the video, but it's a lot of different pieces getting put in here, isn't there? Oops. Doesn't secure it, kind of can wobble a bit, can it? Okay. Let's push him out of the way a bit here so we can make this go down smoothly. You want to make sure that that's all a nice tight fit so that when you're trying to hang it up, there's no weak points. But they overlap enough that that's, as you push down, you should be good. Yeah, there we go. And another little tile there. Okay. So then this is, I'm going to flip back real quick because this is going to go. Just give me a second, I know I did something. Okay, yeah. These have got to have, this one has to have a 1 in it right there so that it matches up. Forgot him. Okay, there we go. Now we're ready to start it over again. You know, I think I would have really liked to have been able to go up into outer space. That would have been incredible, wouldn't it have? Maybe one day we'll be able to get up there easier. See the world from a different viewpoint and see everything else. Be quite the experience, wouldn't it? One of my favorite movies to watch is Apollo 13. Just unbelievable. Rather terrifying if you think about it. There's so many sets I built where I'm like, oh, I should watch that movie because it inspires me with whatever I'm building. So here we go. Now I'm going to want to watch Apollo 13. It was Rogue One, I believe. The last one made me think of Rogue One. Okay, now what have we done here? Just a minute. I have it. Oh, I was trying to put it on there, and that wasn't ever going to work. You're going to have to flip it over here. Silly me. Okay. Now I have it like that, but before I attach it onto the main one, I have a feeling they're going to want us to do a couple of things. So we're going to need to fit 2 into here. And put on some smooth ones. And we're going to have to see if we can get the whole frame in this shot here because I've had to push it off. Okay. Move my pieces. So then this is going to attach here and here. Okay. Move some things back. Goodness, do we have it all in? I don't even think we have it all in. We're close to it. That is just a very nice sized piece of artwork. And I'm doing the same thing down here. Put these up here. What a beautiful frame that is. So it looks like the artwork's going to sit down in there depending on how much they... Okay. Here we go. Here it all is. I should measure and see exactly how big this is, but that is a beautiful piece. Unless they really build these up, it's going to sit down in there and have a bit of a rim. Obviously, it's going to be built up on top, so I doubt that it'll be built up too much otherwise. That'll be nice if it has a bit of an edge there. Okay, I'm going to get us all set up, zoom us in a bit so we can really see what we're building, and get started on the first paneling. Okay, we've dumped bag 4, and we need one of these squares, and it looks like it takes 3 squares to build up one of the panelings, and I think we're going to start. Let's see, I'm not sure which one we're going to start with. I might have to turn the page. Okay, so we're going to start in the upper left-hand corner of the piece of artwork. And what's really cool is it says we are going to build the Gaia Space Telescope that has been traveling around the galaxy since 2013. So that's pretty cool. Let me see here. We're going to put... I was trying to be picky because I'm like, okay, this is going to flip over and then we're going to start building it. But I like the Lego symbol to be facing, right side up in my artwork, which is so weird and neurotic. But I was trying to figure out, wait, how do I put these so that when I flip it and start doing it, it'll work right? Oh, goodness, sorry. See, I try to make sure that you're getting these in correct. Kind of interesting what they're putting down here on the bottom. Sure he gets in there, right? Building up a little bit of a support system under here, I suppose. Okay, now we're going to flip it over. And I'm pretty sure that I've got it right. Okay, so here we come to the first very exciting piece, and it is a purple translucent piece. It's kind of a dark purple, almost reminds me of a dark violet, and it's really beautiful. At first I thought when I first looked at the artwork that it was going to be, that was a blue color, and then I realized that it wasn't, that it was purple from the pictures. And if I wasn't already excited about the set, then trust me, it got me 10 times more excited. All right, so this is where these can get tricky, because that first part was pretty easy, but they have got a lot going on here. And I think that the best way to do it would be to almost real quick pull out the pieces that you need for, they give you in the step, and give you all the pieces that you'll need, because I'm just a little bit concerned that something could be missed really easily if you don't do that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hope I got them all. All right. Because this is the part that definitely takes the longest time, is being kind of able to work them up, which they section it off to where it goes in really well. I don't try to give you too much in a step or anything, but it still can end up being... Keeping track of it all can be a little bit intimidating. So let's see how we do here on this first one. Make sure that that didn't want to be straight. Gonna have to be straight. Because I figure we're gonna pack it in here. There's not gonna be an area of this black that's not covered, which would be exactly how it should be. Oops, there's my first mistake. I put 2 in going down vertical, and that was wrong. That needs to come over here. Okay, and then these 2 discs get put here and here. And then this little sparkly dish goes right there. Okay. They have where you can scan a QR code on the front part of the book, and you can actually, listen to them talk for each part, which would be very interesting. I may have to go back and actually listen to what they have to say. I have to be honest, I haven't listened to it. I did click on it to kind of see What was it? Music? Was it talking? It is talking. I don't know if it's the designers talking about it or what. It sounds pretty interesting, so I'm going to check that out too. Okay, it's got this little, it's very, it's not flat, that's for sure. They're really building it up here. It's got a lot of depth and texture to it, which I think is really cool that they've been doing that with them. Because I think the artwork started primarily just being the tiles and it being pretty flat. So there's the next step. I did not take too much time to pull these out, but I really think that it is probably worth that teeny bit of extra effort here, because otherwise it would just be way too easy to miss something with this. Okay. Yeah, all right. So it looks like they're working all so far always from left to right, which kind of helps us, doesn't it? Oops. Well, now he's stuck on there. Okay, well, you down one. Because I forgot some pieces. Look at that. And that would be why it's scary. But I have finally started to feel a little bit more like myself after all the chaos that's been going on with the graduations. It is, I'm making sure I'm doing something right here. Okay, I need a flower here. A purple flower. It's sad that it's all done and now life has to pick back up and move on, but it's also good that we were able to accomplish that. I have it. We're going to go back a step here. We were working in front, but we're going to go do a little line back here. But I am finally starting to feel like I'm catching up a little bit on my wrist. You wouldn't think that these graduations would take it out of you so much, but goodness, they really do. Now this one actually goes here. I'd kind of missed that before. Let's see. Okay, cruising on to number 7, instruction. Let's see what we need. We're going to get to some really cool pieces. I know this is kind of that top corner, which maybe doesn't have as much of the action going on, but I know there is so many unique pieces that they used. I think I told Matt, I said, I think they took every single cool Lego piece that was brightly colored that they could think of, and they put it on this thing, which I think is lovely. Kind of have to watch and make sure you're doing it on the right levels, because it's not just a straight back and forth kind of thing. Which is how the other ones, you know, the mosaics are done. And so this is taken a little bit more of a curveball. You gotta stay on your toes. Yep. See this piece. And then we have a couple more, which I'm confused. Oh, I pulled 2 of these out. We only needed 1 of those. Let's put that back so we don't mess up. Okay. Oh, now I need it. It's going to be interesting to see. If you looked at just one of these panels, you would probably not be very impressed, so to speak. But then when they all go together, that's when the magic's going to happen. I have a feeling. Let's pull this instruction book a little closer so we can see what we're doing. This disc is going to go right on top of there. I love the use of those discs. They sparkle. It's kind of funny, these 1x1 flats that they're using in this really darkish blue. I guess it would probably be giving darkness to the galaxy because there's a lot of bright going on, so you'd want to counter that with some dark expanse of space. Wouldn't you? Okay. Oh, goodness, that went crooked really bad. We're going to have to try to straighten that one up. Okay, there we go. You kind of, I can't see what I'm doing. If you kind of push on it, you know, you can make it crooked or straighten it up. There we go. All right. Well, this bag's going a lot quicker than I thought. I didn't know, you know, I have no clue how long it'll end up actually taking, how complicated the levels will be, but it's also just time consuming to put in this many little bitty pieces. So kind of have to sit back and relax for the ride here, that's for sure. Enjoy the process, so they say. But I'm really bad about that. I get so excited about something and then I just want to see the end product, and I have a hard time actually taking the time to enjoy the experience itself and things. I do a lot of projects and that's where I get very impatient because I just want to see it done. I'm so excited about it. It's like, but then you're rushing through it and you're not enjoying what's happening. I did a better job at the graduations. I said, this is only going to happen once, so just take your time and enjoy every step. Okay, it looks like these are actually extra little pieces that they gave us, and we can move on to bag number 5. Bag number 5 is a tiny little bag, but it has a lot of pieces in it, doesn't it? Let's see, where are we starting? Let's pull out our pieces. We've got some new kinds of pieces coming in. Some pink now. Okay. All right, let's see here. We rush around in life trying to get so much done and we forget that we only have one life to live. You rush through it too much, you'll get to the end and lost all the joy in the experience. It's a hard lesson to learn, isn't it? Just now starting to feel like I'm starting to grasp the concept. I watch my kids as they're at the threshold of their adult life, and they see the same kind of thing that I saw in me, you know, the excitement to, you know, have exciting things happen and to, you know, rush. And it's a little different being on the other side. It was the weirdest experience we had. Oops, got that one in crooked. We had the amazing opportunity of having a lot of family come out for the graduation, and we had some family members with a young family starting out, and then we had, you know, Matt and I were there, and then we had my parents there, and at one point I just kind of just stopped and was like, wow, we're representing 3 very different times in a person's life. 3 different phases, I suppose, of family. And it was just crazy to think there was a lot of private tears because, you know, as excited and proud I am of my children, it's hard being on the other side, you know, starting the empty nesters phase and not having that young family anymore. It's a very weird experience, seeing my parents and realizing that that's the next step that we're heading towards, you know, in our life with our children. It was a lot. I'm telling you, it is going to take some time for my heart to process through all of that. I think this next bag is going to be primarily working. I think I'm going to just, oops, get back in there. One of the pieces wanted to roll back to the pile. Don't do that, it'll mess me up. I think this number 5 bag is going to finish this one up. Funny how they did it in 2 bags. Okay. The color combination, as expected, is already looking fabulous together. You don't see, unless you get into, you know, the Friends sets or the Princess sets or something, you don't see a lot of pinks and purples being used. And so how exciting that they're being used in one of these more complicated sets. Oh, we get to work with a cherry. I love cherries. In any form. How exciting. And we get to work with a pink jewel. Now, here we go. Now we're getting some fun stuff going on. All right, they want us to put, let me see here. This manual is so big I have to keep sliding it back and forth to figure out what in the world I'm doing. All right, we're going to put this cylinder in and then put our jewel in it. Wow. Let's see here. Make sure I'm not missing something. Oh, it only needed one of those. I'm like, why do I have another one of those? And then this cherry is actually going to go back here on that cylinder. Isn't that getting fun? I love this color so much. Oh. All right, let me see. I'm going to pull out my pieces here. So far, it definitely is helping. So thank you for being patient with me, but it definitely is making an impact. I'd recommend making sure you try to do this. This is a fun purple piece. I haven't seen this piece in purple before. Okay, now we're starting to build up on things I'm trying to figure out. They want us to put that fun piece back here on top of that 2x2 flat purple. See which way it's going to go in. It's going to fit in between the studs there, I think. But I'm not sure. Oh! Silly me, I forgot something. On step number 16, it tells you to put this round 1x1 plate on top of that bottom corner of that purple square, and then it fits on top. Goodness, you got to pay attention. It does highlight if they, you know, if you're looking at the manual, it does highlight. If you're doing something else with a little yellow highlighted area, pay attention. Somehow I missed that, and I was like, this isn't going to go on. But you just had to pay attention. That way. Such a interesting collection of pieces we're using. Like, I know this is a horrible thing to say because it's going to be the most exquisite artwork, but it kind of feels like leftovers. You know, I have, well, actually, I'll show you. I have this guy sitting on my desk, and whenever I get done building a set, all the little extra pieces that they give me, you know, go into the bucket. And eventually, you know, I'll sort them into the collection to build. Wait a minute, I'm trying to figure out exactly where I'm going here. I'm pulling out pieces for this one. I can't take your eyes off this thing for a second or you'll get confused. I'll sort it in so I can build with it. All those little extra lovely pieces we get blessed with. But it kind of feels like they made this from the, the leftover bucket or the extra bucket. Did you ever, I have that, I mean, it gets full. I just emptied that one and put it in a larger pumpkin head that I had because I didn't want to sort things in yet. My little green skeleton head, and it's like you get this whole bucket full of these lovely, little pieces, and a lot of them are, kind of usually the more specialty little things that could fall off. You might need an extra, I think, that they give you. It's like, don't you just want to kind of make from all those special little extras? That's kind of what this feels like. They had an extra bucket laying around, and they were like, let's do something with all of these. I know that's not the case, and it was thought about much more meticulous than that, but he wants to go in crooked. Don't do that. I didn't used to be, what you call it, I suppose, is OCD, but, okay, so these are the pieces left, but I'll bet we'll have some extras. Look, we have a pink cup, but I got a brain injury about 8 years ago that actually caused permanent damage that I fight with. Gonna have a new life now with it. But it somehow created a lot of, like, I can't handle pieces not being straight and stuff like that. It's weird. It kind of did something. And now I'm a little bit more meticulous than I ever used to be. I think we finished the first square. So cool, huh? Looks even better from a distance. All right, so we're going to go to bag 6, and we're going to get a new black square to use for that one. Okay, we're all set with bag number 6, and they're going to have us flip this around, but I'm going to be a little bit picky here for a second and figure out how this goes. Okay, so we're going to flip it around so we have our logo up and hope that I'm right, and they're going to put these red pins on the black square that are not going to want to go in. And just push them in one. Don't push them all the way through. I have a feeling these will connect the plates together, the black plates. Okay. Yeah, but living with neuron damage has been quite the experience. It has changed my life very dramatically. And there are many things that I am no longer able to do. But building with Lego bricks is not one of them. I still am blessed to be able to do that. I do not know if I'm going to be a very annoying person at the moment, because when I flip this over, it is, the logo is not like I want it to be here. But you know what? Let's be brave. Let's be wild. And let's leave it that way. We'll never know when it's all built up anyways. Right? Get a little twitchy here for a minute, but then we'll move on. It's really hard to tell when it's going to flip and how it's going to go. And I don't even know when we put it all together what it's going to be. So we will just be very free-spirited today. But learning to adapt with the new restrictions has really changed my life in a lot of ways. It's taught me to slow down. It's taught me to pay more attention to what's kind of going on around me right at the present. And if I try to get too hasty and start trying to do too much, then it just puts me right back in my place and says, nope, The brain isn't strong enough anymore for that kind of hastiness. You're going to slow down and take life at a little bit of a slower pace. Okay. Getting in a lot more of that purple and that blue. Okay, let me see here. We've got another piece here. It's hard to tell the coloring. It's a, oh, here it is. Okay. It's a cheese wedge, or slope, but it's kind of a smoky blue. I was having a hard time picking up exactly what it was on the instruction book, so. Okay, got all our pieces. And let's see what they want us to do here. I'm not quite sure where it's going to attach to that exactly, the positioning. It's kind of funny how they're working at such an angle up. I would think it would be go back and forth more, but more exciting this way so it doesn't get boring. Let's see, we need a flower. I love the use of these. I know I've said it before, but these discs are just lovely. You have to forgive my I know my hands are just right here in your face and they look rather dry and beat up, but between building the Lego sets and working in the garden, it's just kind of a lost cause to keep them looking in proper shape. I'm just too hard on my hands. There's so many allergies too. I'm washing my hands non-stop. Oh, that's a fun piece. Get a new one here. Okay, right, let me see. One of those. Huh. There's a lot of pieces on this one. Step. All right. Our local weatherman said that it was going to be air you could wear. And that means humidity the rest of the week. And I decided that if that was going to be the case, I would probably spend most of my time indoors. Because nobody wants that, right? I have an extra one of these, but I think I just pulled out an extra one because they're all in there. At least I hope so. Let me double check that. Yeah, it's correct. I just wanted to double check because, oh, I thought that these were just kind of blue, but they have a metallic, let's see if I can get the focus on it, a metallic sheen to it. I'm not sure I have many of those, if any. Okay, let me see here. Pull out the pieces that we need. Those. I wonder if I know that it changes a lot. We're in the darker outer reaches, so to speak. Wait, no, one of these. Of the Milky Way here. So I have a feeling it's going to get a lot brighter the closer we get to the center of the artwork. Because we're primarily kind of working with darker pieces. That one doesn't want to go down. I know I told you in the last video that my puppy was getting in puppy boot camp because it was time for him to finally learn the manners he needs to have to survive. And it was a bit of a shock and awe for him yesterday when we kind of started that up. He was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here? All right. Oop, I pulled out two of those. I just needed one. Okay. He was not loving that, but he had all of a sudden decided that for some reason or another, he thought he could jump onto the table and he thought he could just go wherever he wanted to go. And it was like, excuse me? I have no idea where that started. My other dogs would just sit there and look at him, and then they'd look at me like, how does he think he can get away with that? Here's some more of the darker pieces. But I had waited to really kick up his training because I promise you he wasn't. Not all the gears were working, so to speak, with him at the beginning of his life. He wasn't catching things. You could tell you'd try to train him something, and it was like he would just sit there and look at you and nothing was happening. My son would say, Mom, there's not much going on behind those eyes. And he was right, there wasn't. But then as he started to get a little bit older, closer to a year now, I started to see some things clicking. He started to kind of register things more. And I could tell when he would do something that he wasn't supposed to do, he would kind of look at me real guilty, like he knew, I know, I wasn't supposed to do that. Which was wonderful because it was finally the clue that, yes, I can learn, and I'm realizing that I shouldn't have done that. So I was like, okay, now we're cooking. We can start training this boy. But he's not so happy about it. May have waited a smidge too long, but with everything going on, it was hard to keep up. So let's see, we've worked on this area, but we're going to even jump over here. Look for the yellow highlights. He was just kind of running all over the house thinking, I have complete control of everything. And I'm like, not happening. So he got put on a leash. And if he's being naughty, he gets to stay right next to me and learn his manners. As it is stated in Lilo and Stitch, he is going to learn how to be a model citizen. And I think my other two dogs are going to be very happy that that's the case, because they've about had all they can take of a puppy. I was just a tad crooked and I want to straighten him up just a bit. There we go. They were so smart, and they both caught on very quick to their training. So, although they're such good girls now, and you forget the puppy stages, when you're not actively going through it. And so I was like, the Snouters were never this hard to train. And then one of my kids said, well, Mom, do you remember Teddy Joe's nickname? And I was like, no, what was it? And her nickname was Teddy No. And I was like, you're right. We were always saying, Teddy No. And so, or instead of Teddy Joe, it was Teddy No for a while there, which kind of helped. It gave me a little bit more grace and hope for Wally that he'll eventually get calmed down here. Okay. They didn't give us too many extras. I think those are all the extras for this one. All right, let me see here. I think that this last bag, I think it's going to be, well, I hate to say boring, but I think the corner of the artwork is kind of, there's not a huge amount there on the outer reaches. go together quickly. Because we're already needing another bag to finish this one, and there's only a small and a larger bag left. Okay, so we're going to need bag 7 to finish this one up. It's a small bag, but it has a whole bunch of lovely light colors. A lot of light pink and that aqua green. Getting more and more convinced that I don't know which way they're building as far as which part of the picture I'm building, which angle it goes. Okay, what in the world is this? I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this before. It's like a pink peach? I don't know. That's very interesting. We have a purple carrot. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is going to be fun. We've got a lot of cool pieces going on here. Let me see. I'm going to pull them out. I need for each step. Otherwise, I'm just going to get distracted. Oops. Nope, not that one. Trying to roll away from me here. It doesn't look like an ice cream cone, really. It just looks like... All right, they're going to actually have us put this funny-looking piece on this cone. No idea what that is. All right, we'll put that on, but we're going to start and work up some things on this brighter blue. Get a little taller here. That's probably why the frame is so deep. So when you put it in, this has a bit of a recession. It's not way up high above it. Okay, that one, oops, go in there. That one piece we just made goes in here. Pay attention with these guys, that the flat side versus the rounded side is going in, like they say. I'm going to use our purple carrot. They do have purple carrots, don't they? If I think about it. At least I think they do. Okay, let me see. We're going to put... Well, let's build this up first. They're telling us to put our purple carrot on top of a flower, but I can't figure out exactly where that flower goes. Build up the base first. And then we'll stick our purple carrot in it. Let's see here. Okay, it's going right here. We'll stick our carrot in it. I'm wondering if in the I need one of those. I'm wondering if in the audio that you can listen to, if some of these things are actually supposed to mean something. It's a part of the galaxy that they've discovered. Ooh, it's that blue metallic-y color that's in these cones. Ooh. Goes on top of there. Because I'd love to know if they're actually trying to point out some things out there, which unfortunately I don't know a huge amount about. I haven't been able to do a lot of studying on it. What the telescopes are finding, wouldn't that be a fun thing to do? I should make that into a hobby. There's not enough time for all the hobbies you want to do, is there? Okay, we're going to go up into this area now. Okay. They've got these twigs in that really pale greenish blue. How lovely is that? Actually, they're wanting us to do 2 of these like this for this. Go ahead and put those into those cylinders. So we'll prep those and get those ready. And then they want us to put, what kind of flower is it? Oh, it's this coral looking color on top of that. So we'll go ahead and do those parts. Well, I think those are all the pieces that are left. All right, so then this goes here. We recently had a company come out. They do an annual inspection of the air conditioning unit and the furnace. And of course, they found something. Oh, I need another one of those cylinders. Not cylinders, the little cones. And they said, okay, it's going to be this much. And whoa, never loving those when they pop up. But we went ahead and said, like, if you don't do it, it's going to break. Okay. We hadn't had to do anything for the past couple of years. And we went ahead and let them do it, even though I think we could have done the repairs ourselves for much cheaper. But I was just not feeling the desire to try to figure that out. A lot of times I'll be like, oh, we can find the part and do it. But, there's certain things you just don't want to mess up. And that's one of them. An air conditioning unit here. So I went ahead and fixed it, and you kind of wondered, did it really need to be done? Is it really necessary? Or okay. Anyways, where I'm going with this is he makes the repairs, replaces a sensor and something else, and then I rush off up to my son's graduation. Don't think too much about it. We come home, and I'm freezing all the time. I'm like, what in the world? Did you guys turn the air down? No, nobody touched it. Like, oops, sorry, that popped off. Like, what is going on? Well, I'm guessing that the air conditioning unit wasn't necessarily working at its highest level until they did those repairs. And now it is. So I suppose we made the right choice. Oh, look at the pink hearts. Okay. Gotta figure out. There's a lot of little extras here to make sure that I've got everything in here. Okay. Let's focus for a minute here, because this heart goes on this one there. And then on this pink cone, we're going to put that little doodad and a flower. Okay. And then this one, this heart goes here. And then we have another of that little round piece and a flower on top of it. Really building up here. And we're going to finish out the rest of the base with those 2 pieces, and we have the next one done. But don't rush away, because we're going to flip this around here, and it's going to hook together. Let me turn this over. The red piece is going to hook them together, and then we're going to push these in. It's real nice and secure. So our greens are together, and our reds attach. And that's the edge of the start of the swirls of the galaxy, I believe. Wow. Okay. Bag number 8. We'll need a new one of these, and we'll finish this row. Okay, bag number 8, and the last section of this row, because they're in rows of 3. I'm gonna try to get these red pins back in here. Tricky, aren't they? I make them snug enough that tough to get in and tough to get out, but That's also, it gives great stability to whatever you're building. All right, we're going to put this here. So excited to see this start developing, because like I said before, alone, it's not going to look as amazing as it is going to look together. So every row that we put in is just going to look more and more amazing. All right, pull out our pieces here. Lots of purple in this one. I mentioned that I'm thinking it's the very bottom of the galaxy, but I think it's where there's, I think the oh my goodness, I completely forgot the name. Let's see. Yeah, the space telescope. Gaia is, I was thinking it was up higher, but I think it's down here because we run out of room otherwise. Which, that's an interesting question. Is there's not really a top and a bottom to the universe, I suppose. Got two of those. I have a feeling it's going to be just a lot of these flat pieces. There's a lot of action going on up in here, but let's see. Missing one of those. This might be a little bit simpler down here to finish this one. I think I have them all, so let's give it a whirl. They're going down kind of deep on that end, aren't they? Alright, let's see, they want to confuse us a bit there. Oh, I want to make sure I'm doing this right. And then they work up. I wonder if every bag will be the same, where they're starting in this corner and then working that way. Or if they'll change it up for us. So what do you think so far? Are you guys liking it? I think it's absolutely wonderful. My only thought, if I'm going to be critical, is what is it going to look like when it's all done? And how do I put this? My only concern that I had, and I knew that I would have to get it and build it in order to be able to really make this judgment call, is there any chance it's going to look cluttery? And I say that because okay, make sure I do that right. I thought for some reason I was thinking it was going to go different. Is because all of the different pieces being used, you know. I think they've thrown in the whole kitchen and the kitchen sink here in piece variety. What is that going to do overall? Is it going to look like they did too much, or is it going to really give it exactly what it needs? And I think that answer, it could very well be determined by the distance that you are from it. I did a diamond painting recently, and had it framed, got it back. Oh my goodness. So in love with it. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I had a concern that it, because a lot of my other artwork in my home is very well, professional, and very well done. Matt is an amazing photographer, and he takes a lot of pictures of the landscape pictures, and they're so beautiful, and they're all over my house. And then we have other stuff. So it's my concern was that it would look a little, bring it down a little bit, the look of the house. And I was so wrong. I hung it up a little bit higher because I knew distance was a thing. So instead of hanging it right at eye level, I hung it above another picture so that it's up a little bit. I'm being stubborn. And I'm making sure here that, oh, here we go. I know I pulled out the right number of those little round discs. It goes over here. So I did that so that, you could get some height away from it to help with the fact that, you're not seeing those gems really up close in the picture, kind of pixelating some. Well, that worked fabulous. But I was so wrong. You don't even think that it is diamond art when you're looking at it. You have to be actually like standing as close as you can get to it before you're like, oh, wait a minute. What is that made out of? It looks like a picture. But it obviously looks a little different than a normal picture would. So it gives this, really special kind of look to it that makes you want to kind of double take on it. I was so amazed and was so wrong with my first judgment call. And I figured that this is going to be something that could be similar. If you hang it in the right spot type of thing, and then you're a little bit more at a distance, it would be just really stunning. Had a bit of a puppy howl there I decided to step away with. It could be all about the placement and the distance of it, whether you kind of choose to decide whether it's a little busy or not. So it's going to be really cool to be able to see, what that does and where to hang it that gives it the best advantage. And then some of them you would want closer, some artwork like the Spider-Man one. I think that you would want that to be a little bit closer to be able to see the details in the spider and that kind of thing. So picking your artwork placement is pretty important when it comes to this. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I need 6 of these. Okay, and 8 of these. Yeah, there's a lot of just this straight, smooth purple texture going down the bottom of this. I think I counted that right. Let's hope I did. Okay. Build up here again. I purchased it. I'm embarrassed to say how long ago. I can't even honestly remember. The Starry Night set, and I have got to do that. I will do that with you really soon. It seems like I've got some older sets that I'm like, oh, I'm going to do that. And then the new sets will be released, and I'm like, oh, I better get that up there first for you guys. And then it gets pushed back. And so I'm going to have to get a wiggle on because there are so many. Let me see here. I'm going to make sure. Okay, here we go. It goes here. And I did that right because I was getting a little muddled over where these were. because they're all the same thing going down. That they keep releasing just amazing sets, and it's just hard to keep up with everything. Okay, that goes there, and then another little round one goes in there. Oh, I hope I'm doing this right, because I am getting a little concerned, but I think I've got it correct. Okay, I need this one to go here, and then I think I've left this hole up here, which would be, let me see, this one goes here. We have these cylinders going up here. I must have counted one too many round tiles because I've still got one left, but I just want to double check that everybody's there, and it looks like it is, so we're going to say I counted that one extra, but we're going to leave it out there because this next section has 6. So, ooh, purple disc. Okay. Wow, 9. Okay. I think we're going to fill in the bottom of this now, so let's see if we can work it up in a way that we don't mess it up. I don't think this is something you'd want to mess up and have to take apart. I still think this golden crowbar they gave us in the first bag had probably something to do with helping get little pieces up. Which the thing that surprises me about that is that they have a piece that is for that. Oh, we needed 2 of these. Put that guy in there. They have a little piece. It's this cute little key looking piece that I've gotten in some of the other artwork. So it surprises me that if that's what that's for, why they didn't use one of those. Maybe so that it could be different. All right, this goes here. This one goes here. Oh, okay. And then we're going to put this up here. Okay. Now, we're going to build that telescope. I love that they put these kind of things into it to give it that life. This lovely disc. It's one of those things where it's really simple. Oh, he wanted to change positions on me. Okay, and he goes, oh, one more piece. Okay, he goes up here, just like that. And then he can spin any which way on his stand. All right, now we're going to attach, have all of the greens facing each other. Oh boy. Okay, my red came off. I'm going to go ahead and flip this. I'm going to flip this too because I think it's a little bit easier to push it in and work with it. And then push those red ones in. Come on, baby. There you go. Get it on just right. All right. So now they're in. And they want us to put it... Okay, they want us to put it into the thing, and then they want us to use these pins to actually secure in 10 places. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm going to pull these extra pieces out. I'm going to pull 10 of these out, and I'm going to get the frame, and we're going to do this. Okay, I have the frame, and I have the picture. I'm going to double check something real quick that I'm a little bit concerned about. Yeah, there needs to be a little green one down here, the same as is up here. And I missed that. Okay. We're going to fit it in there. And I'm thinking that we'll be able to push it down. Yeah. all the way along the edge. And it is attaching. And then they warn us on all of these spots right here that are attached to it. They're wanting us to push them in because, and what these are going into, because at first I was a little bit confused. Let me show you something. As I'm sure you well know, we've got these holes that are all along the base of our squares. And so that's what these are going into. So I'm going to attach them all the way along here and along the front. So this piece is going nowhere. Now those holes, they're round, so they're not going to hold these in. But because this outer piece is got the T shape or the cross shape, it is, I'll spin this around, my goodness. It's awfully big on us, isn't it? Just like that, it is actually the part that holds it in there. Okay, so it's in there. I'm guessing that this might be the top and that's the bottom. I flipped it on us. First row, and we're going to start on the second row next. Okay, bags 9 through 14 actually make this next row of 3. We've got some green pins here that are going to go in this side. I think it probably attaches to the existing 3 that are probably there. Not sure how that's going to work. And then I'm going to put the finger in this one. I'm hoping you took a chance to read the first part of this book. And if not, definitely go back and do it. Because it's quite the learning experience. And what's really exciting is they definitely put things in, really marking some of the important stuff that they have discovered. And I've made a list for us, and I'm hoping we can catch the things that they talked about, because there are some really amazing stuff in here. I think we're getting closer to where we are in the Milky Way, and so probably a lot more things that have been found. Right. Okay. Now, I told you they were going to change it up on us. So now we're going to start from this side. Well, let me double check that. Yep, we're going to start from this side and work this way. Just so that we don't get bored, I suppose. Because it could just confuse us to no end. All right. I have a feeling it's going to get a lot bumpier, so to speak. I'm going to start building up a little bit more because it gets pretty active in the center of this picture. Oh, no, I need some more of these. Okay, here's one. They're hiding from me. There's another one. Oh. Okay. Still on the outer reaches up here, so we're putting in a lot of smooth. My youngest daughter finished high school this year, and she had accomplished all of the required science courses that I required of her. Because we homeschool, and, well, we did. I'm not homeschooling anymore now. All done. But I had decided what they were, each child had to accomplish in their high school years, and she had finished everything early, and so she was able to choose whichever science course was of interest to her for this last year, and she actually picked astronomy. And so she was just diving into this world of outer space and absolutely adored it. She really, really loved it, which made that when they released this, there they are. They're this smoky gray I was looking for. Very exciting for her when they came out with this. But it's exciting for me because, I was grading all of her work and, hearing her talk about it all. We would talk about it and stuff. And so a lot of these things, are some of the places they're talking about are fresh on my mind, and I know on her mind because of that course. She got particularly excited about the Crab Nebula that we are going to find. And I'm excited to put in the Pillars of Creation. Okay. All right. We got that row in. Okay, I'm looking for, there we go. I was looking for a blue. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we can't figure out how to put this one in. It looks a little messy over here. Because there's a lot of big pieces here. Just kind of work our way down and make sure we're using the right piece. And we'll probably get through it. You never know. Sometimes it feels like we'll never get through things, but okay, let me see. Now we're going to start working back over here. They really have thrown us for a loop, haven't they? I think I'm going to start up here and work this way, though, back and forth. That might be easier on my brain. Yeah, we're getting very, very bumpy, and I'm excited because I know the center is a lot of bright light colors. Excited to work with that. The last set I made with you was all primarily gray, and it was, well, it was just boring compared to this. Oh. Okay, I didn't want to go in there. Okay. Oh boy, all right. There's a lot of pieces on this page. Pull all those out and sit there and count. Okay. I suppose this is where it becomes a little tedious. I think building with somebody is exciting because it makes the building go a little bit faster, I suppose, and more enjoyable. With my kids everywhere now, we don't build together as much, hardly at all now. So it's sad. I find myself building by myself more and more. Very excited to have you, though. Now, where does the second one go? Okay. We have a second round plate there. He goes up on top of there. Pull out the last of these pieces. We're almost done with this bag. I can't believe how quickly we breezed through that. All right. So let's start working up here and see what we can get filled in. It's obviously going to take more than one bag, isn't it, for this one? Because we're not even. Well, I guess we might be halfway done, but just barely, huh? All right. And this one goes up on that one we elevated. So he's got some height to him. Okay, now what have I done? I've got all of these pieces left and something is a little bit off. So I have a feeling that, okay, silly me. I missed something. I think I had my hand over the instruction. This is going to need to be supported on the bottom. So they're placing these white pieces up under there. Okay. Now we can move on to bag 10. Well, bag number 10 has a whole bunch of pink pieces in it, doesn't it? And this lovely peach coral color. All right, let's get started. I had to take a bit of a break between now and the last bag. I had to go down. I had some, one of my kids was bringing over a friend. On their way to the airport, they have to go to a wedding, and I had to make a lasagna and get the house ready for a bit of company. So trying to get back into our lovely piece of artwork here. And look at me, I'm not even pulling my pieces out this time. I'm just kind of going rogue. Let's see how I do with this style. Watch me all mess up. But I was very excited because normally I just kind of, I don't know, guess my way through making lasagna. And this time, but it never turns out right. It always has too much cheese or too much sauce. I'm always disappointed with it. So this time I'm like, you're not going to do that. You're not going to mess up. You're going to use a recipe. So I looked online, found a recipe, made it, and I am really excited because it was really good. And I actually felt like I made lasagna properly for the very first time. So it was a good little break. But I am ready to get back on top of our build here. Okay, I think I might pull. This is an interesting color. It's not the sand yellow. It's a really pale peach, and I'm not sure I've seen that before. Because I'm already a little bit confused on the pieces that we need here. So I think I might go ahead and pull some out. So I'm afraid I'm going to miss something important on this one. There's a lot going on. I need a flower. No, I got it all. Okay. No, I don't. Need one of these. Now, where are they putting everything here? Okay, we're going to start down here in this corner. It's always exciting when you find a new recipe to add to your list that you can do. It gets boring. You're just making the same things over and over, which I have a tendency to get stuck in. That wasn't too bad. Actually, I thought that was going to be worse for some reason. Goodness, this one has a lot of pieces. I hesitated there for a second because I thought we were coming to one of the special pieces that they've put together to create, oh goodness, how would I say this? apart in space. Because we've got, I think I said this at the beginning of this, we've got 4 different things that they've are going to show on here. The pillars of creation, the Crab Nebula, some different ones. And so I thought that this was one of them, but it's not. I have them written down here. I thought maybe this jewel right here was showing one, but it just gets to be something fun and sparkly. Maybe it's its own little star. I love looking up and being able to see. Make sure I counted that right. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. Gosh, I love how beautiful it looks, but unfortunately, light pollution plays an unfortunate part in not being able to see. I need to try to find a spot where there's not a lot of light pollution and go camping or something. It's kind of hard to do that on the East Coast. We have a lot of light pollution here. This goes up on top of this slope piece, this purple leaf, and then this one goes on top of this purple slope piece. It's like a, I don't know, flower vase. And then this little flower goes back in here. I think that's correct. Okay. This is getting a lot going on here. Really building it up because we're coming to the center or more in the inner circles. The Milky Way, where all the action maybe is happening more so. That'd be very interesting to study. I didn't want to go in very easily. Maybe there's more happening on the outer reaches and they haven't quite gotten there yet. Going to have to do some educating myself on the Milky Way galaxy, I think, after this, because it's bringing up a lot of questions that I would like to actually know. Let's see here. I'm going to put this in here. Never too old to learn. Always should be learning. I'm always inspired by people that never stop learning. This one's going up on top of this back piece here, leaving a gap, and there was a gap over here. I kind of created underneath of it. I love all the pieces that they're using in this one. I think it's, oh, a cup. Gotta find a pink cup. Use that. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna make sure I'm doing this right. We're going to put the pink cup into here, and it looks like, let's see here, there's this hole in this piece. And we're going to push the handle, down into the hole. So sorry, that red underneath piece just flew off. But you can see that it's pushed down into that hole. Real nicely. It's real easy to put pressure on these white pieces and then, or the red piece and then green one, and they go flying. Little clear jewel on top. I love those little sparkly things. Okay, let's see here. I am back to pulling them out because I get so much going on here. I didn't want to miss something. Let's see, this goes next to this one. Oh, geez, I love this coral peach color. Peach coral, I guess it could be interchanged. It reminds me of 2 of the knockout rose bushes that I have in the garden. They're very much that color. Nope, that one rolled into it. I thought this one was part of it, but it had just rolled in from the, but it is needed in the next piece. So I'll go ahead and pull that out. Here's another one of those twigs in that aqua color. Okay, Okay, let's see here. Let's see, it's getting from dark to light, and I think that's really cool. Oh, I can't wait to see this all together. I'm so excited. Oh, it just kind of came off. Probably going to want to hang it somewhere where it wouldn't get bumped too much. It's not that it can't get bumped. It's very securely on there, but maybe just a little bit out of reach of any little hands or getting bumped easy. Here's some of these pyramid clearish, I don't know, it almost looks like a jewel, but I haven't seen them in pink before, and so that's just very stunning, really nice piece. This is definitely a set that really tickles me because of all the pieces being used. It's just so creative and so much fun. When I saw all of the different pieces they were going to use, I was so sold on this set. Somebody had fun designing this, didn't they? Whoops, I have to pull out 2 of those. Here we go. We're going to put in one of those pyramid pieces. So much texture to it. Okay. Which makes for a stunning visual. All right, there's a lot of. We're going to put a base in, and then it looks like there's quite a few top pieces that we're going to put in here. Adding up the texture, I suppose, would be a better way of saying it. I think it gets even lighter than this pink. I think, I'm not sure what color it goes to. I don't know if it goes to a white and gets that bright or what. Okay, we need these, and I'll try some extra ones in here, but let's see. Okay. We have a heart that goes up on top here, a little pink heart, and then one of those rounded pieces with that little piece on top of it. Oops, straighten it up. We already have the flag in there. I know we haven't put in those 2 pieces. Okay. And these are going over here. I have a purple flower here. I'm just going to double check real quick and make sure that I didn't miss that somewhere. I didn't miss it. It was here, and here were 2 of them, so they just gave me an extra, but it was at the beginning of this bag, so I think I had forgotten it already. So on to bag number 11, but we're going to need a new black base because this one is actually done. The weird thing is they don't tell us to connect it to the other one. Oh, silly me. This is the first one of this row. Okay, we'll get it set up. Okay, so this is 2 of 3 of the next row. You leave for a tiny bit, it seems like. Do a couple other things in the house, and then you forget everything you've done. Goodness. I have to get back in the flow here. But with these bigger sets, it always seems to be something in the house that causes me to have to go deal with that for a bit. And so, to remember where I am. All right, we've got some red ones and some green pins in there. Set up our base here. Let me think. There are. Let me look back here. We've got the picture, and I think we're gonna do. Oh goodness, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 5 rows of 3 across. So that's. Oh, we need one more. That's gonna be a lot of plates we have to put together here. Okay. think I can do this one without pulling out because it's a little easier at the start. Before it gets too much on the page to confuse us. Move a little faster when I don't have to pull them all out. Okay, we have another purple carrot going in right there. One of these goes right here. I don't know what those are called. We should figure out what those are called, shouldn't we? It's Memorial Day weekend coming up. Right around the corner. People keep asking me what we're going to do for it, and I think I'm going to stay right here and build sets up for you guys and just try to relax a little bit. Still tired enough from all the previous activity, but I'm not in a rush to do much of anything. Oh, another purple cup. Pink cup, excuse me. And he's going to go in this hole and then just kind of rest on top of that stud and black stud underneath of him. Oh no, he pushes down into it, of course. All right. I love these colors that we're working in, that coral and that kind of peachish color. Let's see, a little pointy jewel under there and there. All right. Oh, this is fun. Okay, we're going to take one of these cone cylinders and this skateboard helmet, put it on there, and then get it in there snug enough. And then it's going to go right here. That's funny. Okay, I like that. Okay, now wait a minute. Let's see. We're going to do it where there's 3 in. I'm going to bring it down. Nope. That way. Put one of these little cheese ones in. Okay. Make sure we got those in right, so count your spacing well. It's funny how they're using these ones with holes in it, because I doubt that they're actually going to use that hole for anything. That's one of those sparkly clear cylinders. I love those. I found that you if you buy the creator boxes, they have a lot of those in it, and I'll pick those up, especially whenever I find them on sale anywhere. I never used to buy them before, and then I started noticing that, wait a minute, there's actually a lot of pieces in here. I'm going to put some of these kind of tan twigs on top of these tan cylinders and cones. There's another one of these in here. Okay. But we picked one up one time because it was on sale, and I started opening it up and I was like, wait a minute. There are a lot of really, really good pieces in here, and I'm thinking that I got a little too hasty and didn't pull out my pieces because I'm trying to be all smart looking here, but messed up. These have to go in first. They are using white, and then what I was doing goes in. But I started thinking, well, okay, I need to start picking up more of these because it has really great pieces for building my mock builds. So I've been keeping an eye out for any of those that show up on sale. I got a kind of a braided long cheese slope in there. We are getting a very high, some height here. We've got 2 bricks high. I think that, well, I could be wrong. But I think that maybe the little sign that says you are here goes on this row. But I might be wrong. It might go in the next one. Wait a minute. I need another cylinder. Sparkly cylinder. It's really building up, isn't it? We need 2 of these and 2 of these. Let's pull those out so we make sure we get them in here right. Okay. I think it goes like that. Yeah. I'm really making this thick here. My daughter came home from college and brought home, she has to bring home all her stuff, of course. She brought home her beanbag chair that I had gotten for her when she first went in last year. I said, well, you need a chair, and I didn't know how much room she'd have, and I thought, oh, a beanbag would work. And she brought it home. We had a lot of company over, and so I was like, well, bring your chair down, and we were all going to watch a movie, and somebody can use the chair. Well, I ended up being the one to use the chair, and I completely fell in love. I was like, I'm going to have one of these chairs. And everybody laughed at me. And I was like, no, I'm serious. Oh, wait a minute. This is what they described. Yeah, it was the pink flame. This is the pillars of creation that they're putting in here. So that must be where it is in the Milky Way. And that is something that I really would like to see. Oh, take a trip there any day. How beautiful. Yeah, they didn't think I was serious. Well, at least my kids didn't. Matt knew I was serious. I'm like, I really need one of these. But the one she has is, perfectly sized for her dorm room. But I had the dogs. And the dogs and the cats all thought that they should have the beanbag too. So can you imagine us all trying to scrunch up on this rather small beanbag? I was like, well, that's not going to work. So I started looking, and I was like, okay, well, here's a better sized one. I kind of wrestled back and forth about which size to get. And thought, well, if I buy the large, it's just barely bigger, will probably still be scrunched. Probably buy the extra large. And then Matt was like, I don't know if that's going to be big enough. Maybe you should buy the extra large. I'm like, it's almost the size of a couch. We're not going to be able to fit it in the living room. And he's like, sure you will. No, I'm going to go down to the, extra large. He said, well, get whatever you would like. And so I was looking, still kind of wrestling with it. You hate to buy too small. You want it to be comfortable, but then too big is probably even a bigger problem. All right, I put those little white flowers underneath these, and then I'm going to put them in here and here. And so I had almost decided to just buy the extra large. It was going to be big enough, and was looking at the reviews on Amazon, and I saw that somebody had bought. I'm going to go back real quick and put one of these on here. I missed a couple things there while I was blabbing away. There's a couple pieces that go back up in here. Here and here. Well, there you go. Glad I caught those now. Okay. Somebody had a picture of it in their house, and they'd taken the biggest one, the extra large, and they had, instead of laying it down long ways, because it's more like a pill, a tube kind of thing versus just a round thing, which was going to be huge in the living room, they had actually put it up so the long way was up, and the shorter side, which would be the width, I guess, was down. And then they'd made a chair out of it. My brain got to thinking then, because I was like, wait a minute, that's a much better size to fit into the spot I want to put it. You can stand it up tall, make it into a really soft, cushy chair, but then if you needed extra room to spread out or more people, you could lay it down long ways and you know, even if you had to stick it in front of the couch or something, people could spread out lower down. So that was all I needed. I ordered the large one. It's waiting for it to come in sometime next week. I'm really excited, and I'm probably going to get it and be like, what did I do? It's foam filled, but a whole bunch of little pieces up on top there. So it comes compressed, and then it expands when you open it up. So I can promise you one thing: once you let the air into that foam, there's no way you're getting it back in and sent back. So we're going to be stuck with it no matter how large it is. We're going to do another little helmet. And it goes here. But it, okay. I thought that these two went where I put them, but I was wrong. They've got to get closer to, oh. Now what just popped off? Okay, just a little leaf. They have to get closer to this white slope here, because in order for this helmet to go, where does he go? Here. This one also has to be moved over. So I'm hoping that you did yours correctly, but if not and you followed me, move them all over once so they're touching this white, because that way when the helmet goes on there, it actually fits. Now where did this leaf pop off of? Down here. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get some white ones up here. It was really hard to tell in the picture, but if I paid a little bit more attention, I would have been able to catch it. This stud right here actually has a hole in it, so the little white flower actually goes, oops, in it really well. Now, we need a fork. There's a little white fork. Where in the world is the white fork going? Okay, up here. And then we're going to put some white flower stems here and here. Oh my goodness. That has a lot of texture going into it. All right, here's our leftover pieces, and we'll move on to bag number 12. This bag has purples, pinks, and blues working in, so we're probably coming into a little bit of a darker color. And it's got these cool looking little white crowns. It's got all kinds of fun stuff in here. All right. I'm going to pull, there's a lot of little pieces, so let's take our second and kind of pull out so we don't mess up. It's just really easy to miss something when you've got this much going on. If they only have a couple pieces that they have in the little step, then it's easier to keep up with. But when they add this many pieces in, you're in trouble from the very beginning. Wait, I need one more of those. There we go. Okay. I think that might be all my pieces. I'm hoping. We're going to start back up in here, it looks like, and working down again, which was kind of interesting because we did this whole mass and then left this outside area. Keeping us guessing, and then we're going to come back down here. Make sure that, yeah, okay. I was like, wait a minute, did I forget something up there? But I don't think I did. Work around the pillars of creation here. Oops. Kind of hard to fit them in sometimes. I don't think my fingers are fat, but then sometimes I'm like, wait a minute. We need this cone here. I love the use of these purples. All right. Step 48 done. Pull out our pieces here. They kind of keep you moving with the colors, don't they? You don't ever really get bored of one color batch. The shadow box to the Bat Cave, I looked at that when it came out, and I was almost tempted to try to figure out a way to pick it up. But I'm going to be honest with you, it looks really cool. I didn't want to work with that much black for that big of a set. Isn't that fun? Okay, now where in the world are we working? We're back up here. Oh, I was like, I put that piece in wrong. No, I didn't. There's just another one going in the opposite way. So it has like that. That's pretty cool. All right. Oh, there is a lot going on this one. Let's try to see if we can keep up with this. This page, I'm going to see if I can work in this middle here. It looks like there's a hole left where the black is exposed. Hoping I got that right. Then we'll see if we can do this. Oh, some steps are harder than others. Of course, my kids would probably laugh at me because they probably wouldn't have any difficulty at all with it. And here I am fumbling around. Maybe it's just part of getting older that's not so much fun. Didn't really feel age really for a while. Kind of felt like I was keeping up there, and then all of a sudden it just, I don't know, maybe started to catch up with me. It's kind of a bittersweet feeling. You have to age to have so many experiences in your life and so many joyful things you can look back on, but then it's kind of sad to know that that's the point you're at. I'm going to grab this pink leaf here and put it up here. And then it looks like I'm just going to fill in some flowers on this one. That's a little bit more manageable. Confuses quite as much. Where does this heart go? He goes over here. I love the color that they've chosen to blend into each other. That's really pretty. All right, pull out our pieces. I have a pink ice cream in here, a dark pink ice cream that I'm spying on, and I believe that it is Trappist, I hope I'm saying that right, Trappist 1, which I believe is, oh goodness, I'm going to look at it because otherwise I'm not going to say anything right. It's a red dwarf star, roughly the size of Jupiter. It sounded dwarf to me. Dwarfish, it sounds rather large. But I'm wondering if that is what that is. What have I lost? I've lost something. I am looking for one of those little round... There he is. He was hiding under this blue thing. Okay. 2 of those. There's a lot of little pieces in here. Okay. I think I have everything for this row, so let's get moving on it. That took us a minute, didn't it? Okay. Remember that black hole that we left? This is going to go in here. Push down. We always think about where we want to go on vacation. Oh, I'd like to go here. I'd like to go here. We haven't gotten to a time in our life in our world that we can choose some places in outer space to go. But can you imagine if you were just like, I'm going to go see that red dwarf star on my vacation, or I'm going to go to the Pillars of Creation, or can you imagine living that way? Though I have a feeling that as long as it takes to get places, at least with the current capabilities. Oh, wait a minute. Pull those up one. We gotta fit this little guy behind it. Okay. They're gonna have to get ships a little faster, like they are in Star Wars. Okay, here is our ice cream. So I have a feeling that that is our dwarf star, which is actually very close to the Pillars of Creation, if that is correct. Out there in the galaxy. Of course, once again, it's going to bug me until I know, so I'm going to go start hunting up a map. Figure out where all these things actually are. next thing you know, I'm going to be getting a telescope and be out there hunting stars. Oh. Well, would you believe that our instruction book actually tells us that these glow in the dark? How fun is that? Can't wait to see that. I'm going to go ahead and pull out what we need here too. Although I already stuck that one in. Okay. Now where are they? We got this guy going in up here with his little green, bluish twig. I love those little twigs. Especially if you're trying to create a landscape. They add some really great. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't go there. That isn't pushed down all the way. We're going to work down here more. This, okay, I need one of these. This should have a little round purple one up there. Wow, he didn't want to go down, did he? Wouldn't it have been awesome if there were more of these glow in the dark? That would have been really cool. Types of pieces in it. I believe that the Avatar sets that were released had more of these pieces that could glow, and I'm somewhat disappointed that I wasn't able to collect more of those, but I didn't get around to those as much, and now they've started to retire them or kind of slow down on them. So, oh well, you win some, you lose some, huh? He doesn't want to go in. There we go. There you go. Uh-oh. I didn't see him tucked away here. Everything's got to come over one because we got to put this little T-slope in there. Little blue one. Okay. Now, would you believe... Oh, I don't know how to say this. Pleiades? I'm going to have to get more knowledgeable about some of these names I'm coming across. It's amazing if you're not studying them or hearing them a lot. Which is, let's look back real quick. It is an open star cluster, the Pleiades. It consists of more than 1,000 loosely connected stars. Okay, well, ladies and gents, we are going to do some serious research and find out all kinds of stuff. This just got us inspired to do some science. Astronomy. There it is. That's what they're picturing. Look at how close all of these things are. If they're not telling me that they show me a picture at the front of the book, if you'll notice, that they're showing us that's what they're doing, and I believe that that's what they are. That's actually very interesting to me that there's so much clustered right there. I don't know if that's maybe because they've been able to explore that area more and name things, or if it's just a more active part of the galaxy. Another thing to figure out. Let's see what we can put in here. Oh, you really shouldn't put any pressure on those pieces sticking out, but because I'm trying to hold it up, it's real easy to. I have a suspicion that a lot of the this goes back into this little pink peach looking thing. Oops. A lot of the names are Greek, I believe. course, I studied them in school. Would have known them then, but I forget. Because it's been a while. So I'm going to have to go back and do some research. Figure out how to say all those names again. Okay, let me see here. Did I pull out all the pieces for that? Maybe? All right. We've got this really light blue going in. Looks like a little birdhouse, doesn't it? We need a little pink flower in there. So we're finishing this one up. I feel like it went together pretty quickly, actually. Okay, now we need a few more pieces in here. They gave us an extra glow-in-the-dark piece there. Before this one's done, and then we will attach it. Where does this little white flower go? Up here. Okay, now let's pull over. Okay, our other one. Let me see, make sure we're doing it right. Yeah, okay, so the greens go. Remember, we're gonna flip it over. Really push down on that, secure it, and then we'll push in the red pins. There we go. Wow, that's really cool. And we're going to work on bag 13 and then the next square. It looks like we're veering away a little bit more from the pinks and purples, and we've got a lot more blue going on here. So we're probably getting to the outer reaches of that now. The swirls of the galaxy. Put our pins in, ready to secure everything together. Oh boy. I think the Crab Nebula is coming up in this one. Oh, he was giving me some trouble. Okay, he doesn't have a red one down here because he's the bottom. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I first discovered this little crab in the Animal Crossing set, the little captain boat one. Here he is. Let me show him to you. And I thought he doesn't have eyes on him. The other one has little black eyes. I thought he was the cutest Lego set that was ever made. And I found out afterwards that I thought maybe he was made for the very first time in that set, but he's not. He's been around. I just have never seen him. And oh, I just love him so much. And my daughter spotted him before me that he was in the set. But the funny thing is that she didn't, these are just rolling everywhere. She didn't register that it was the Crab Nebula until after I had already bought it and brought it home and stuff. And she was looking at the box and she completely freaked out when it dawned on her what they were using there. She got so excited. All right, let me see. I'm just trying to pull out. There's a lot of little pieces going on here. So, okay. Oh, well, isn't this going to be fun? We have some whisks. Never knew there was a whisk in the galaxy, did you? How fun is that? Okay. Now we're starting it from the left side. I like to change it up, honest. Just kind of working down the whole row here. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna need a hairbrush. Oh, that's funny. And we're using all kinds of funny things, aren't we? It kind of reminds me of Ariel. I need a peach one. Okay. She liked to find things and use them for things. This galaxy's got a lot of thingamabobs in it. And it has plenty. Okay. Put some toppers up. Oh, look at that. I did that wrong. Put that there and that there. And this one goes on top of there. Okay. I'm telling you, it looks odd when they're by themselves. The most exciting part's going to be when we start clicking them all together and start to see this thing take its true artistic form. That's going to be a stunning moment. I just know it. All right, let's see here. I'm going to work up here. Putting a few things in. Make sure that's straight. I'm actually putting one of these green twigs or aqua twigs into the sparkly clear cylinder, which I haven't seen that done before. It's always kind of been the same color of cylinder. A little jewel on top there. In little pieces, it almost can start to cramp your hand up, putting all these little ones in. Okay, here we go. I don't feel like he's popped down all the way. There we go. That's better. The color, there's so many different color changes going on throughout it that it really is fun to work with, isn't it? Okay. Got a little window. Pull out our pieces again so we don't miss anything. This window's going to go there. I wonder where that window goes. Maybe it's a portal to another dimension. Humans seem to be fascinated with outer space and the possibilities that could exist out there, don't they? It's the unknown that gets to us, maybe. So many possibilities. I guess we're all just true adventurers at heart. And of course it provides a really good, what's the word? Platform for creativity. Oh, green thing's coming off now. Anybody who wants to dream up a story. There's no restrictions, really. It can be whatever you want it to be. And aren't we thankful for all of the creative minds that have come up with such beloved stories that we love? Star Wars and Star Trek and Avatar. They go on and on, don't they? Okay. Little cherry up on top. This was our last bag, correct? Yeah, in the row, and then we'll get to hook it in. Oh, there's our crab. Okay, we're putting in our crab nebula here. He gets to go. Wait, we're going to put him on top of this blue flower, and then he gets to sit. Okay, he's coming in upside down, and he's going in this little pink cylinder down there. And there's our crab nebula. Oh, that's fun. Oops, I forgot a piece. Wait a minute. I forgot two pieces, actually. These 1x1s go in there and there. I like these blues. I love blue. It's a very soothing color. The weird thing was when I was repainting my house, I was like, oh, I'm going to work blue in summer. I love blue. But then with the way everything was kind of designed, I realized that blue just wasn't going to give the right feel and match everything else. And so I switched to green, which was just something I never would have thought, but it worked really perfectly. And I found out that green painting green rooms is really nice. It kind of, I guess blue can be cold, and the green is warmer, depending on which one you choose, and I really like it. Okay, we're going to use our whisk here. We're going to stick it down in this little cone cylinder. I wonder what part of the galaxy he is. See, we're just building up some thicker layers here. Okay, that's pretty tall and thick too, but it's coming up. It's going to attach to a piece that does have a lot of thickness to it. Sorry, I lost my thought there for a second. And so that would make sense that that's going to be taller. I have a feeling we're going to be sloping down quite a bit, flattening things out, because the outer edges are much thinner. Right. I think we're going in the next bag to finish this one up. I'm spying those purple translucent colors that I love so much. Excited to get back to working with those. Oh, we need a purple. He tried to sneak away from me, I think, and roll back in. That, or I didn't pull him out. Either way could have happened there. Now, why do I feel like... Oh, I pulled out 2 extras that I didn't need. For some reason, I thought there was 4 of those 1x1 flats, but there's not. I got them both. I think there might just be 1 whisk in it. They gave me 2, but I think that they just put 1 in. And this is an extra one. Which I feel like there's going to be quite a few extra pieces in this. Maybe we'll just leave that green piece off for a second so I don't keep making that noise. Okay. There's supposed to be 3 of these. We've put in 1, 2, and this guy tried to roll away 3. Just don't let me forget to put it in, that green piece back in before I... Now where... There's an extra one of these, and there's no way that's correct. It has to be going in here somewhere. That's really weird. Okay, I'm going to check on that in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and finish this because I think it looks correct. But that doesn't make any sense, does it? I hope I didn't make just a really big error there. Wait a minute. I did there. Move this over 1. There we go. Now I'm a nervous wreck because if I forgot that, he doesn't want to go in there. That slow piece somewhere and it's all thrown off. But that is correct, the count. Oh boy. All right. Let me double check something for us. Well, thank goodness it was an easy fix. He just goes back here. If you're building, you probably caught that. Okay, we're okay. No need to panic. And we'll move on to bag 14. Okay, we're back to all of our fun purples. And we're going to pull out our pieces here. I'm getting really excited to put the next row in. See how it looks together. Okay. I'm going to pull these out of the way a little bit. All right, let's see how we're working here. I I think that by having the high and the low parts, it's going to look really cool. When I went to pick it up from the Lego store, they had it on the picture on display. In the window there where you first walk up. And so exciting. Our Lego store in our mall has gotten so busy that they've actually have some, a roped off area where you have to stand in line and wait. And a lot of times to get in. Oh, I forgot one. There we go. Another little round flat. And so you'll be in there and then you'll look out and, oh, there's a long line of people waiting to get in because they'll only allow so many people in at a time. Which is smart because the stores can be small and it can get really overrun, but it makes me want to start learning when the kind of the quiet times are and go then, because otherwise you start to feel rushed, like you need to hurry and get out because there's people waiting. So I just can't believe how busy it's gotten. Got a sparkly purple disc up there. Just noticed more and more, and you used to go in and it was always primarily kids that were in there with their parents, and now seems to be a lot less kids and a lot more adults that are in there buying for themselves, and young adult couples and coming in and stuff. It's really cool. Definitely a shift than it was from a few years ago. The kids have taken the back seat and us adults have taken over, haven't we? Okay, this little disc goes right here. That's 3 in a row. I love that. All right, let's work back up here, though. My hand slipped. Who could blame us after all these sets that they're coming out with? Absolutely amazing, huh? Forgot that little blue part. I forgot to pull it out at least. This just goes together much faster when it's all the flat spot, doesn't it? So pretty. Okay. These black pins I'm going to start kind of pulling out. They probably connect to the main frame. Okay. Let's see here. Kind of working down here now. They've shifted us. Oh no, we still have a row up here. Okay. They really shifted us over, but I just didn't catch we were going to work up here. I think the combination of the purple and the dark blue is really stunning. It's a really good idea. Okay, they're gonna put it, nope, bring it over one. There we go. Oh my, that's crooked. There we go. Put some pressure on it. I'm going to work us down with these like a stair step. There is a big height difference going on this one. They're using these little round discs. They give it a lot of character instead of just using flat, which kind of maybe would look more like water. That one goes there. And one more of those. Oh, okay. Almost done. We're cruising. Okay. Put these in and be good to go to hook it all together. I'm getting jittery. I'm getting excited. biggest question that's still floating around in my mind is, where do I put this? Where do I hang it? You hate to hang it when it's going to be hidden. You want everybody to see it. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put our green piece back on. And then we'll pull over. Okay. Push it down there. That also works. Okay. Had a little flower come off. We're going to figure out where that goes. Okay, make sure it's... There we go. Pushed in evenly. It's funny how it was smooth here, but it's not there. Okay. Now, where did you come from, little guy? He just wanted to sneak off. Well, I'm going to figure out where this little guy fell off of. Oh, never mind. I did. He goes right here next to these spiky things. Okay. I'm going to go get the frame, and we're going to try to hook this in. Okay, we have our frame back in the shot, and we're going to put this piece down and try to push on it a bit to connect those two together. And then what they want us to do first is attach these pins in here before we try flipping it over to push those green pins in. So we're going to do that first. See if we can do this a little blindly here. Make sure it's pushed down and really snapped in everywhere. Okay, they're in all sides. Now let me flip this over. It's becoming quite the awkward piece. I'm going to push all of these green ones in. Look at that. And then he's super secure. And look how fabulous he looks. Isn't that amazing? I'm going to have to start zooming this camera out. It's getting bigger and bigger on us. So we get to start on the next row. Okay, we're on to bag number 15, and I've changed the angle of our camera a little bit because, well, I just thought it might be a nice change. We've been working for a while here, and thought it might be nice to have a little bit more of an up-close view. This green pin doesn't want to go in. But I think it's looking really fabulous so far. I'm getting a little impatient to see it all done because I know it's going to be just amazing. Still hunting for the perfect spot to display it in the house. Okay, they want me to put it this way. Would you believe that I got it right and the logo is the right way up? All right, we're going to start from the right and work left, it looks like. I have to be honest here and tell you that I've actually taken a little bit of a break between the last bag's filming and this bag because I had the weekend hit and I had two of my older kids kind of coming through and bringing some friends, and it just got really busy, and I've been so antsy to get back to working. So I'm really excited to be here. I hate that it's taking so long to get this filmed, but I just kind of decided that I have to make the family still the priority. And so I get a little impatient, but I figure I'll get back as quick as you can and don't let it stress you out too much. That's a nice aqua color going in there. So it feels like a lot has happened between the last bag and this bag, even though it won't appear that way. When I get this video all put together for you guys. Okay, what are they doing here? We went to the Lego store yesterday. And I'm getting so excited for June 1st, which is coming up on Saturday. And all of the Lego sets that are being released going to be really exciting. I still have not determined which sets I'm for sure going to get. I'm still trying to balance that a little bit. With the budget, nope, that's not the right one. And it's kind of hard to pick. There's so many amazing ones that it's like, how in the world do I ever decide what to get here? So it's going to be interesting to see what I end up picking. Sometimes I go with a plan and I come out with something very different. I talked to the employees there, and they've suggested getting there as soon as the mall opens, which opens earlier than the stores, which is about an hour before. And they're hoping that that will actually be enough time that you'll get in line for. We're thinking Barter is probably the one that's the most risk of selling out, but I could be so wrong about that because there are so many sets that are being released. But it is definitely going to be a good idea to go in with a plan, especially because it's not a time where you really browse. You want to kind of get in and out because you want to be respectful of everybody else in line. I had to go rescue my puppy. He thought it was a good idea to try to chew on a bag of Legos that I put in a big Ziploc. But I'm trying to rehome it, and so I had laid it down close to the ground, and he was like, oh, I'll just take care of that for you. So, which I just moved it, but I think I might have to go rescue it again because I'm hearing it crinkling a bit. He thinks if it's anywhere within his reach that he should be able to chew on it. I am convinced he thinks everything is food, which has made it very challenging to raise him and keep him out of the doctors. Well, that took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to get them settled, but I think the two pups that are in here are finally calmed down a bit. I thought they were ready for their nap, but they're still a little restless and wandering around. We have a little cherry that we put on there. Okay, I think that's all for that page. Cracks me up how they have these little bird-looking houses in here. These blue pieces. I am going to have to get serious about making my plan, though, for Saturday because it's going to come up real fast on me. Be here before I know it, and then the decision will have to be made, so. But what a fun decision to have to make, I suppose. Okay, I need a little disc. Love those little discs. Are any of you heading to either online or your store to pick up any sets on June 1st? Love to know which ones you're looking for. I have a problem because I keep picking up really cool sets to build with you, but then life just keeps getting in the way and I keep having such a hard time getting to, around to building them, and so I'm getting more and more and more of a backlog going on. I'm gonna have to start spending a lot more hours sitting here filming, or we're never gonna get through all these cool sets. That little piece was kind of tricky to put in there at the end. Okay, let me see. Did I get everything? I think so. There's a lot of pieces in that one. I suppose I really am just going for it on this one, not pulling out my pieces, so we're going to see how I do today. front of this book, it actually talks about, I'm going to look back because I'm Sagittarius A. Let me show you this really cool picture. And it's the center of the Milky Way, which is a black hole. And you really start to notice how long ago it was that you were in school, because you forget things. And if you're not on top of continually keeping yourself up to date with them, you forget things like there's a black hole in the center of the Milky Way. And so I was talking to my kids about it, and I didn't realize that, and I completely, one of them said, yeah, we're the entire Milky Way is being sucked into the black hole. Well, that was enough to just send me on a bit of a panic, and they were like, yeah, it's going to take a really long time for that to happen. But I was like, I don't know, the whole thought of it was enough to kind of freak me out, that everything's kind of gravitating towards that. You know, I guess black holes are talked about in a, I don't know, kind of a negative, scary way, or at least they have been with the stuff that I was, I guess, paying attention to. But so just the whole thought that that's where we're heading towards, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's like a movie, you know. So, but my kids were laughing at me. So, all right, I just want to make sure I've got everybody in there. I think we do, and we're going to move on to bag 16. Lots of different colors in this bag compared to the last bag. We've got a very bright color situation going on here. But then I got confused because I was like, well, if it's a black hole in the center, then why has it got a really bright color in this build around it? Because it's very, very white-ish in the middle. And so then my son, who's an engineer, and my daughter, who is obsessed with astronomy, both got me up to speed on it. And it was, if I've got this right, it was the energy that is being absorbed by the black hole creates the light, the very bright spot around the black hole before it becomes the dark part. So that's what I guess is being depicted here. So then that made sense. I think I need to go back to school. There's obviously too much that I do not know and would love to learn. We need this little piece right there. So we got a whole row going in here. Wow, this one's going together really quickly. Oh, that wasn't stamped down. Wait a minute. There we go. It didn't want to be. All the way down here, we got some of these clear sparkly things. So I think we're making a big portion of that. The outer edges of the black hole in this strip that we're doing in the art. Go in. I had a lot of fun in the Lego store because I got a box off the Pick a Brick wall. I tell myself, every time you go in there, you need to pick up a box. It should just be kind of a standard practice that I do. Because it's really, really helpful in building to have so many pieces. And they had some of these smooth, dark blue plates. And I was like, oh. And then they had, let me see, these little twigs. I mean, this is in that bluish aqua color. They had it in a brown. I was like, yeah, this is too good to pass up. We're going to actually have to do something about this because those two pieces are very worthwhile. And so my son was like, you know, with the box now, not the cup, you could line up those blue tiles. They were the 1x4, just like this purple one, but they were in the dark blue, and I love to build with water. So he's like, you could actually line those up and stack those real perfectly. It'd take forever, but... So I was like, okay. So I start sitting there lining them up, and I didn't end up lining, I just got the small box. I didn't end up lining all of them because they also had green leaves. And I was like, oh, so I think I filled it up halfway with the water and then halfway with the green leaves. And I need to go actually see how many I was able to fit into it, because I think, and then I put the little twigs all in the holes that the leaves made. So I think I ended up getting a really amazing box. I'm really excited about it. So I may just have to make a rule that when I go, even if it's just the small box, you have to pick a brick box when I go. Kind of beef up the collection for the building. I haven't been building as much, but I promised myself that I built, what I mean by that is building my own mock builds as much. I've been building a lot of sets, but I miss it so much. I promised myself I would get back into it when all the graduation stuff was done. So it is time to get that going. I like the color shift that's happening here. Let's see here. Today must be a good day because I'm able to pick these pieces out and I'm not messing up too much, I don't think. That, or I'm just getting a little bit better about how this goes. Oh, there you are. I don't have that piece, but I do. It was hiding. The lovely nougat color. I love that. Okay, it looks like we're going to put a whole bunch of little pieces on top here. So let's see here. That goes on top of... Oh, I knew I was going to do that. I knew I was putting too much pressure. We need a heart on top of there. Let's see. One of those helmet things again. I wonder what these are supposed to represent. I suppose they could represent whatever we wanted them to. Maybe it's a large star or something. Okay. There is only one jewel in here. I want to put this jewel somewhere, but I guess he's not supposed to go, so we're not going to put him in extra. Okay, so that one's done, and we get to start on bag 17 and a whole new black square. Okay, let's see here. We have bag 17. We're going to put in a bunch of pins. I tell you, it's the angle that makes these kind of difficult, isn't it? If you can get it in just right, then it goes in really well, but you can get it off by just a bit, and it doesn't want to do that. Okay, I have figured out that if you want the logo up, the green has to come out on the right side over here, on the side. Let's put that back though. We're not done with this. Okay. We've got a lot of this peach color going in. We're building up tall right from the beginning. I have a feeling this whole square is going to be pretty tall. Which I guess we're getting to the... Let's see, if it's 5 blocks, or 5 strips, excuse me, this would be the middle. Oops. Uh-oh, just a second. We're going to have to replace those over here because you need another one with these holes in it to go there. Kind of funny, we just hid the hole. Maybe it's a space wormhole. Oh goodness, we're going to put a whole bunch of stuff on top of here. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got this. I do not think I've ever seen a cheese slope, or I'm sure they have them in this color, in this peach color. I don't think I have any of those. That's lovely. I really like that color. I like working with it. It's funny how certain colors are more satisfying to work with than others. Last week was a very big week around here for lots of reasons. The kids are coming in and out, and that was wonderful for all of you parents who have adult children. It's always lovely when they get to come home for a bit. I'm sure you agree with me there. But it was also big because I received, I'm not sure what to call it, a preliminary diagnosis. It's unofficial, but the doctors are very confident that's what it is. So it's kind of an interesting way of putting it. They're just waiting for one more bit of proof that they can see to 100% put it down on the medical records, but I have been diagnosed with lupus, which we've spent the last year working on trying to figure out what's wrong. So I suppose it's good to have that, but then not good to have that, if you know what I mean. They are waiting to see the rash that develops on my face when I get in the sun before the official diagnosis is written. It's just getting it timed right for them to see it is always a little bit difficult. But so that's it doesn't really change much because they've been kind of anticipating that that's what it's been for a little bit now, and so treating accordingly. But it's kind of interesting to have the official or unofficial diagnosis given. So it was kind of a big week. It was kind of hard to figure out exactly how to feel about it. But it's been very interesting to see what a part working with Brick and Ridge and all of the Lego sets that I've been working on and working with has really done to kind of help get through this process that's been rather challenging and not the best of experiences, that's for sure. It's been a real privilege to be able to spend my time working with all of these amazing sets and being able to build them and keep my mind on something else other than the discomfort and kind of uncertainty of what's been going on. So really a blessing to be able to do this with you, to build with you, and it's been very comforting to be able to come back to this and be able to film this week while all of that was kind of going on. Okay, we're going to put that on top of that clear cylinder. Ooh, this is really building up, isn't it? But it could be an interesting journey from here on out. But I'm excited that we will get to build together through it. Okay. Okay, now let me double check something here because this one has gotten a little bit confusing on the instructions. This goes up there. I'm pretty sure this one goes in line with it. I'm telling you, sometimes this one goes back here. There's something about the instructions sometimes that throw me off just a smidge of exactly where they want to put this. Kind of have to look at it, everything around it, to make sure that you're getting it in there right. But I think that this is right. Looks right. At least to my eyes, but you never know. Sometimes I see things that aren't right. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I'm surprised at how tall they're making it. A lot of energy coming from that black hole, isn't there? I think that's all of those coming across. And down here we're going to put in some twigs. I really like these twigs. And then some flowers. Where do the flowers go? Okay, up here. And here. Wow. Oh, well, okay, we're not done yet because we are going to start piling up some taller twigs or flower stems. Goodness gracious me. There is a lot going on here. That one goes down in there. Kind of loose. I need another one. Okay, here. Wow. We're not even done yet. Goodness. Okay. We have 4 of these feathers to put on. Where in the world do they go? Okay. 2 goes there. They're going to have to obviously fit into these little things that are small enough for them to fit into. All right, so there's one here, and then the last one's back here. Oh, come on. Tricky to get in there. Forks. Absolutely. Let's put some forks in this Milky Way. Okay. Well, we threw everything, including this kitchen sink, into that one too. Let's go back down here. I'm glad that they had us do that before they put too much in, because it would have been really hard to see everywhere we were supposed to put those things. That was a lot. Got me a little jittery trying to make sure I didn't mess that up. All right. I'm wondering, I should have the picture here in front of me to make sure. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, I did something wrong real quick. Let's pull those back off. It was supposed to have this one in front of that. Yes, okay. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that. Okay, that's correct, because then this goes right here. Okay. We've already gotten away from the white, and we're going back into this color, which is kind of surprising me, to be honest with you. I thought the white was bigger, but maybe not. We need to put one of these on there and put it up here. And then we're going to stack this up real tall, of course. Completely forgetting what the center of it looks like. So this is a bit of an adventure to do. Right. My goodness. Look at all of these. They're going in everywhere, aren't they? Okay. We have some extras here. I just want to make sure that those are for sure extras, but I think they are. Okay. That was almost exhausting. We're going to move on to bag 18. Okay, we have a lot of pink and some purple that have come in here. Oops, a piece is hiding in my book. Okay. All right. And we are just going to start piling this up even more here. Let's see, we're going to put this in here. Well, it's most definitely never a dull moment on this build. Keeping us super excited, on our toes. Let me see here. Whoopsie, I need another one, not this pink one, because this goes down here. Oh, here it is. Not sure what that color is. It looks kind of pink on the instructions, but it's definitely that coral color. That's going in. Okay, let me see here. We need a slope in that peachy color. Coral. And another one right over here. Okay. And I think that's everything for there. I thought it was going to be a lot more, but it was a little bit easier than what I thought. It is hard to not to miss things. There's so much going on. Okay, now wait a minute. I forgot to put in this little 1x1 from the last page, so make sure you get him in there. This little piece reminds me of that glass building that's in the Louvre, I believe. Or maybe it's something else. It's something. But I think I'm right. When I watched the Tour de France in there on the final day in Paris, they always go through the circuit right there, kind of in the middle. And they go, I believe it's through the Louvre, and then there's that big glass building. And that looks like that pyramid in there. So that one kind of always reminds me of it. But I could be wrong. I could be thinking of a different building, or it is a different building than what I'm thinking of. But okay, wait, there needs to be 2 of those flowers. So where does the other one go? Out back here behind. There we go. Okay. It was going to really sit here and eat at me, so I did a quick look up, and I was correct. It is called the Louvre Pyramid, and it's in the courtyard. And now I'm super excited because all of this astronomy stuff and Milky Way has left me feeling rather stupid. I'm feeling like I do not know everything I should know. So it's exciting to actually know something and get something right. That's something I would actually enjoy seeing. I've only flown in and out of Paris. Actually, I take that back. I think I've actually been to the Louvre, but I was 1 at the time. Can't say that I remember it. Okay, did all of that, and I think I got all of those pieces in. Moving on, we're going to make another of our helmet planets, or stars. I think that's what I'm going to start calling them. I think that's what they need to be. Little unidentified planets out there. Wouldn't that be fun? To find planets. Be quite the job, wouldn't it? I always told my kids to, if they had a dream, then go for it. Don't Don't let anything stop you. Go for your dream. Go make it happen. And I think that the people who looked at the stars and who was curious about all of that, that's exactly what they did. They had a dream to see something, to experience and find things, and so they went hunting for it. Ooh, we're going to put a cup down. Another one of our little pink cups that are going to snap in there. All right. It's very interesting to be on the other side of child raising. I have spent so many years now working on raising them that to have all adult children is a very interesting experience. We were in we all went to a restaurant this past weekend. We went in and we sat down, and the waitress came up and she said, "Is this going to be on one check or split checks?" And it was like, it was so weird. I just looked at the kids, and Matt was like, "Just one check, you know." And we'll cover them for a bit longer here. I just sat there and I just looked at all of the kids, and I was like, how are we at the point that we look like we should have you know, different checks, that the kids are that old now? Been a lot of emotions going on with them all getting so grown. It's what you work towards. It's what you hope. You hope the best for them, and then when it happens, you sit back and you think, "Wow, where did my life go exactly? How can they be so grown up?" I'm trying to find. There's supposed to be 4 of these pieces going in, so I'm trying to find exactly where these are supposed to go. That one goes there. I think these are the ones that are confusing me. And then this one sits, there's a clear, sparkly cylinder under there. And he goes on top of him. I'm telling you, this one has been very busy. Okay. Very, very, very strange. For the first time, I'm starting to feel older. Because I never slowed down. I didn't slow down enough before to think about it, but now it's it's becoming a thing. Kind of determined not to let it stop me too much, though, if I can help it. I just want to make sure I have quite a few of these extra little pieces here, and I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Oh, well, if I looked at the next step, I'd know I was missing things. Okay, I'm like, they wouldn't have given me that many extra and not put them on here. So beautiful pieces to put up on here. Okay, here and here. All right, I think the rest of them are extra. Wow, okay, now let me get our other piece here. So this is the top. And we will, I'm going to try to flip it. It's not wanting to push down exactly. It's really hard because you don't want to smush anything like that. I brought one of my little helmet stars off. Okay. Ooh, look at the height difference. Can you see that? The height difference between the whites and then it coming back down. That's really cool. Okay, so we have, let's see, another bag 19 and 20, I believe, that's going to finish our next square, and then we'll be able to put it in the artwork. Okay, we're getting into the darker reaches of the Milky Way here. Our colors are darkening up. Let's see if we can fit these in without too much drama. And we have a hairbrush, and we've got a whisk, I got a lot of fun pieces in this one. But first, we'll put another green pin in. Okay, let me see. This one's going over here. Okay, so this doesn't have a red one because we're not connecting any more to it. I always get a little confused there. I'm like, oh, that's right. It's the last of the row. Okay. Should be able to flip it around now. Now we're going to start up in this left corner. I can't figure out if I like working with the dark pieces or the light pieces better. I probably like working with both of them pretty evenly, but I think I favor the light ones just a tiny bit more. But shh, don't tell them that. Or don't tell the dark ones that. And this one has a lot smaller pieces. So we're obviously probably not going to be having as much height as we were with the last one. Which was tall. Very tall. Okay. I love how they're putting these purple carrots in. I don't know why that's cracking me up, but they are. See, we need a little flower in there to put our purple carrot on. Where'd they go? Here they are. Okay. Or here it is. I guess it's just one of them. Okay, they're wanting us to put down this blue round plate and then the cylinder goes on top of that. They're going to have us do that twice. Oh, he's a little hard to get in there. Okay. No. I'm going to move him over one because the purple one goes in, but the blue one goes in before it with another one of those. I told you earlier that I was getting behind on... Now, let's just wait half a second. I want to... Oh, that's funny. I was actually correct, and then I saw him. I told you I see things. Let's see if we can get that up. Move him over one. There is a dark purple that goes in before it. And then there's a dark purple after it. Well, silly me. Did my best to try to mess us up there. Okay. Oh, sorry, I lost track of my thought there. I was saying earlier how I was really behind on this stockpile of sets that I'm getting. I'm trying to make one of those little birdhouses. It's hard to flip off on me. But one of the sets that I actually recently picked up, probably going to take me forever to get to it, was the large Chewbacca that they made. And it was really funny when it came out because I liked him. But Matt wasn't necessarily sold on him. He was kind of like, he kind of looks funny. And I heard that from other members of my family. They're like, I don't know if I like him that much. And I could see what they were saying, but I was like, yeah, but I mean, he's actually pretty well done considering that he's made out of Lego bricks. I mean, seriously, that would be very difficult to do to make him. So, okay, the jewel goes on that one. I'm just making sure I'm right here. Okay, I'm going to pause on Chewbacca for a second because we are going to have to make some extra little special things. So we've got those two pieces that make that, our little gray cupcake, and then they're telling us to put two on here. But first, before we put him down, I'm going to stick in a few more pieces. This one's a little hard to keep up with. Okay. Here's my little piece. Okay, so I stuck the round plate down and then the cone on top of it. And then there's one more interesting one that's coming in here. We've got a gray cone looking piece and then kind of like a little microphone. That's going up there. Oh, that one had a lot going on. Oh, this next row does too. This is where our hairbrush comes in. Not sure what in the world in space looks like a hairbrush. That's something that would be fun to see. Okay. All right, we've got some height going in here, which is kind of interesting to me. Oh, I am getting a little bit rattled. Let's just figure this out. Okay, we have another microphone. We'll call them a microphone going in there. And then this piece, this tall slope piece. All right, we got it, we got it. It was almost throwing me. This is a little different. I was kind of getting into a pattern with kind of knowing what they were doing, but they're changing it up on us. Okay. So we'd held off on buying Chewbacca because we were kind of undecided on whether we wanted him. And you know, he wasn't the cheapest guy in the world. So we were kind of just waiting to make a decision on that. Can't get every set. You have to pick and choose. But then on May the 4th, big sale. That is really tall. That's going to be, what, 3 high? Tall little thing going in. They had, for the insiders, they had where he was, I believe, $35 off. And I think, to be honest with you, that's about the last nudge that I needed. I'm like, I really want to see. I want to be able to build him. Look at what we're doing here. Oops. Nope. Flip him around. So he's aiming up. Kind of looks like Wally, doesn't he? Okay. All right, put that in there. This is busy. This is a busy part of space. So I ordered him online, and he's safely here and waiting to be put together so that I can kind of decide what I think of him in person. I did see him built. They had him on display when he first came out at our local store. So I have actually seen him be built. And I think that's probably the first time I was like, yeah, he might have something. He might have something special. But I really have decided that you can't, I don't believe you can really judge a set until you've actually been able to see it with your hands, or with your eyes, and touch it with your hands, because, well, let me see here. Pieces keep trying to roll away from me. I don't know what it is about just seeing pictures or seeing it online. It just doesn't do them justice. And so we'll see. But some sets I get and I'm like, yeah, okay. It wasn't overly stunning. But I have high hopes for Chewbacca. I think that he's actually going to be one of those ones that I get. And I'm just like, I knew it. I knew I should have gotten him. So we will see. I am looking for a little round blue piece, and it is hiding from me. I'm hoping that I didn't use him somewhere else that I was... let me see here. Where did I mess up there? Let me double check something. Okay, I put a blue back here, and it was supposed to be a purple. So we're going to replace them and get that right. Ooh, we gotta put another carrot in. I think just for the fun of it, I'm gonna actually start giving these funny little pieces that are in here some sort of identity. I'm going to start naming my own galaxy things. I'll be the one who discovers them and gives them a name. Okay, we're going to put this in here, and let's see, another microphone goes in here. And then we're going to put another cone and a whisk. Kind of the baking world over here. We have a cupcake, we've got carrots, we have a whisk. All right. This one's interesting. I don't know why I thought that it would be getting much flatter like the other ones have on the outer edges, but he is just still staying pretty tall. A lot going on here, but maybe he thins out in a bit. Another birdhouse. That's what I'm going to call these. Little space birdhouses. And then another thing I picked up when I went to the Lego store was they had the new minifig series out, the space ones. That was fun. Which we were actually, oh, just a second. I was trying to put two of them in at the same time, I think, or push two of them down, and they just went flying on me. Okay, let me try that again. If you've seen how you can actually, the little code on the bottom, you can scan it in at this one website and actually be able to see what's inside the box. And an employee at the store actually told us that that was working with this batch. And so we were able to, they didn't have everybody there, but I was able to find 3 of them that I was excited about. I was able to get the metal bulldog and his person. And at first, Matt thought that it was like a alien reporter, but he's actually a tourist, which was really funny. And I love him. He's got a little on his shirt. He has a heart and then Earth. I guess he loves Earth. That was pretty fun. I just wanted to pause there to make sure I was getting everything on there correct, which I think I did. Wow. We still have a ways to go here, don't we? And the other one, oh my goodness, I can't. Oh, it's the one with all the little bitty mini aliens. And there were supposed to be 2. At least that's what it showed that he came with. But there was actually 3. I got 3 little mini aliens. I was pretty excited about that. Okay, now let's see. Now somehow or another, this has to go somewhere. He goes, where did he go in? What step did I miss him on? 69. Okay, he goes up here on this purple. I think he goes on the purple. Yeah. Okay. All right, so now we're on to bag 20 and our last bag of this row. So we have gotten a lot darker here. Obviously, we are going to be getting to the outer edge, but we still have a tremendous height going on. Okay, we're going to put... What in the world do they have us doing? Okay, they have this on top of it and then a flower on top of that. I'll just do it all on the artwork, I suppose. I figure we're going to have to dive down pretty quickly because they do have a lot of these purple tiles. So obviously we're coming down. Oops. Forgot a piece. Don't forget this little guy. I'm going to get very impatient the closer it gets to Saturday. I was not able to collect so many of the Lord of the Rings sets because it was all happening when we were raising our kids and I was staying at home with them, so we were a single income family, and that took a lot of work. And so I missed out on a lot of the sets, but it was a sacrifice worth doing. But now that we've kind of shifted things a little bit around here, I'm able to be blessed enough to pick up some of these. And so I'm telling you, I'm probably going to just stay up all day and all night making barter after it comes out, because I am really, really excited about this one. I was very excited about Rivendell, but there's something very special about this one too. Although I'm a little bit nervous because, well, not nervous, excited. It was, Rivendell was a complicated build, but I really am hoping that it was designed by the same designers, because, whoa, wait a minute. Did I skip a page? It's like all of a sudden finishing with just 2 more steps. Okay. Let me see here. I just want to make sure this goes on top of this. It's going to finish very quickly here, so I make sure I'm doing this right. Oh, slight over one. There you go. Okay. Let's see here. Let's pay close attention so we do not mess this up. I told you it was going to go flat in a hurry. This one goes here. Okay, because we've got some tall things still being built in, but they've got all of these flat pieces going every which way. I really want to make sure I'm doing this right. They just all of a sudden have thrown a million pieces, it feels like, into one instruction. I guess they thought at this point of the game we could handle it, but I'm not feeling as confident as maybe they felt. Huh. The jungle sets coming out are also something to be very excited about, as well as, wait a minute. Yes, that is correct. This one goes up here. The Friends line has really unbelievable sets coming out too. I think that this month is going to be very, very difficult to be able to pick from all of the different options, because they are just an unbelievable collection. Like, whoa, not so many at once. Actually, it was interesting when we were in the store this weekend. Matt was like, I mean, they were fully stocked. They were like, where in the world are they going to put all of the new sets? Because there are a lot of them coming out. Okay, that goes there. Okay, I think step 77 is complete with all of that. But that was a lot. Let's see if we can move on and need another microphone here. See if we did it right. Oh, okay. Need this cone in here. Okay. So much happening. Okay, that's actually not that bad there. I have a feeling we're going to put some things on that go up a little bit in height. Yeah, okay. This isn't too bad. That first page, or the first step there, was worse than this step. One more smooth. Okay, now let's see where they want us to put these extra pieces. They've got 2 discs, one here and one down here. And then they've got a few of these little guys. One up there and one up here. Okay. All right, now we have our 4 pins here, and let's first move this book out of the way. I'm going to set it down like this and see if I can push it down properly. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to real carefully turn it up like this. I don't want to push it down on top of itself because there's so much going on. And we're going to grab the piece of artwork and we'll get it in. Okay, we have our artwork. And we're going to put this panel in here. Get it in there, right? And then snap everything down. Make sure, yeah. Because you've got the pieces in here that can snap together, these green pieces, and then you've got these outer edges. And then probably, as always, we're going to put our pins in here before flipping this baby over. Let's see here. Put them in back here. It goes into the frame really nicely. Sometimes you have to push down there if it's wanting to not go in. It's that area. Okay. Now let's see. I'm turning it over. Okay. Push all of those in. Okay. It's looking really fabulous, isn't it? All right, we are over halfway done. Can you believe it? We have 2 more panels to put in, I believe, and then our artwork will be all ready to hang. Okay, a new row and bag 21 that we've got here. I actually had to run out and get my hair cut. And I am so frustrated at the moment because I've never quite had this experience before. It was a new salon. And she told me that she was not going to cut my hair the way I was mentioning. Oh, turn that back over. And she cut it in exactly what I didn't want, even though I kept telling her. And I was too much of a coward to make a big fuss, which is my fault. But I just absolutely cannot believe she just decided for herself what she was going to do. I had to definitely fuss at her to cut it a little shorter than she was even trying to. But I think the person I'm frustrated the most at is me, because I should have stood up for myself better there. But I didn't, and now I have a hairstyle that I do not care for. I'm going to have to go back in and get it fixed, which is very frustrating for me. So, lesson here, I suppose, is to speak up. And hopefully get what you want, but I did not have that experience today. I think I was so shocked that she was like, basically, no, we're doing it my way, that I was like, it took me back a little bit, and just I didn't even know what to do or how to counterbalance it. I guess you have to stand up for yourself more nowadays. So, glad to be back doing this because that was not a good experience. But this set is a good experience, so awfully glad that we're building again. And I will work on figuring out my hair problem later. I don't know if this bag is going to have in the middle square, if it's going to be built up as high as the last one, because my goodness, that was really high. They had so many levels going on that last one. Sorry, completely lost my track of thought because I was confused on something here. But let's see, we'll put this one in, and then we'll put this long 1x4 plate. So it'll be interesting to see how tall they go with this one. My suspicion, we'll see if I'm right, this will be fun, is that they're not going to be as tall, that it'll kind of feel like a shorter height. But we will see. Pretty little aqua flower going in here. They're putting in a lot of these pieces. I guess our galaxy is coming in our tighter curve here. The last one was probably, the last row was probably the widest that it was going to get. I cannot remember if I told you that I had ordered a beanbag. Seems like I did, but if I didn't, I ordered a beanbag, a rather large one, and it just arrived in the mail. Well, UPS delivered it. And I can't wait to open it up, but I'm going to wait until I have more people on hand when they get back from work, because once you let the air into the foam, it starts expanding quickly, and we got to somehow shove it into its cover before it gets too thick. I am really excited. I think it'll be a really good movie watching place. We're going to put a little sparkly disc up there. All right. Make sure, I think I got everything on that page. This is going together really fast. I'm going to go ahead and put another sparkly one up there. Oh, it's fine. Just a second. This has a lot of just the smooth pieces. Oh, that got a little crooked, didn't it? Let's see if this will straighten it up some. So this is going together really quickly. I felt like the last row took us forever. That is really going to bug me. There we go. Oh, sorry. That was really going to annoy me. It's still not perfect, but we'll go with it. Let me see here. Oops, wait a minute. I was one row wrong there. That little piece isn't supposed to be in there. Well, here I was thinking that we were just cruising along so well, and then I get stuck on problems I'm creating for myself. I have to pay better attention than that, aren't I? I feel like the build has actually taken a long time. It just feels like it goes very slow. Maybe it's one of those things that you just kind of have to relax and enjoy, so to speak. Let's see, that goes there. Goes there. I did, when I made the Captain Rex and Ahsoka art out of the Batman art set, there's an amazing artist who did an alternate build of them, and I picked up her patterns. Absolutely exquisite pieces of artwork of these two characters. I think that's correct. Yep. And I took the size. She has different sizes, but the size that I did, it took goodness, I think 3 Batman sets, or maybe it's 2. Oh goodness, now I can't remember. Yeah, I think it's 3 for each one, so they're long and skinny kind of things. And oh my goodness, they're so beautiful, so well done. but it was just pudding. It was all made out of these pieces right here for the Batman art. And one after another, row by row by row. At least this, you're doing a lot of different things, using a lot of different pieces. That was the same piece over and over and over again. I have to be honest, I got a little bored. It got really tedious. But this hasn't been too bad. Okay, bag 22. I definitely feel like it's taking a while to do, but I haven't gotten bored with it or, lost patience or anything. So that's good. That one's a little bit crooked, so he's causing a problem for this guy to go in. We got some pinks going on here. Working with some of the brighter colors too. But we're going to have to get a wiggle on and get this done because it's taking a bit too long when I've got so many amazing sets that are waiting to do and all those awesome sets coming out in on June 1st. I'm stumbling over myself because I just want to make sure that that isn't supposed to be doubled for some weird reason. I'm thinking it's higher in the picture, but it isn't. Because they would have had to have given me one more to be able to do that. They say to only use 5 of them, so we're not going to put a double there. Oh, that one's coming out. Because I'm pretty sure it's just single. It just looks like it's raised up higher in the picture. The illusion is throwing me off a little bit. Okay. My goodness. I think only this part down here is going to have very much height to it. For some reason, I thought that there would be more. But I guess not. Had a piece hiding under there. All right, let me see where we're at here. You're definitely getting some taller pieces in here. I've been kind of getting a little antsy to go on a vacation at some point. I'd love to just kind of scooch away somewhere for a little bit. Last summer, we were able to go to Opryland Hotel in Nashville. And oh, if I could just scooch there, that would be that is an amazing hotel. Really, really enjoyed the time we spent there. So beautiful. My favorite part was just late at night when everything was pretty much shut down and all the people were sleeping. I would just go wander around the gardens that are all lit up. It's my favorite thing to do. It was so peaceful. So I wouldn't mind going back there and doing that. But it's a bit of a drive to get there, and so a bit more planning. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, I just know I'm missing something. There's something in my gut telling me we've got a little bit to do up here. Yeah. I was getting ready to move on and I thought, no, something's wrong. Okay, this little purple slope goes right here. They're kind of hard to get in sometimes when they're right up next to another piece. Especially if the piece is a little bit bigger than them. Kind of cruising through this bag too. Maybe the last row ended up feeling like it took a lot longer. I wasn't expecting this one to go together as quickly as it is, so that's nice. Let's see here. Oops, that one to go in. Okay, did we get everybody on there. It looks like it. Now we're gonna have to do a couple things here. They want us to put a jewel in this cylinder and pop him in there, and then do another one of those binocular doodads, and it goes back up in here. Okay. But we are not close to being finished. They want us to put in a whole bunch of pieces, don't they? I like the use of these purple flower pieces. Those are nice, aren't they? I looked it up, and Gaylord Hotels, I believe is what it's called, has Opryland, but they also have more of those hotels. One, I believe in maybe Baltimore or somewhere up there, and one in Texas, one in Colorado. I'm probably missing one. And I've decided, now that's a goal. I'd like to check them all out. I have to be honest, the one in Texas looks really cool. The one in Colorado looks really, that's my home, but it looks almost like it's just a lodge, which I'm thinking it probably has more to it than just that, but not that a lodge isn't awesome, but maybe because I lived there, that's not something that's majorly different than maybe what I'm familiar with. We're gonna stick a microphone in there, and we're gonna do the same back here. Oh, fun. Okay, look at this little guy. Little frog, peach little frog. He's gonna go in a second. How fun is that? Okay, now this piece keeps rolling everywhere. That pink cylinder just wants to get away. He's not wanting to go down on our board here. Okay. Almost done with this one. I have a feeling we're going to put a few more things on top though. All right, let's see. They want a flower here. Our little frog here. Oops. There you go. Another flower. And then kind of another little flower base there. Okay, I think we have everything in here. I just wanted to double check because I have quite a few pieces left over, but I think we're good. All right, and we're on to bag number 23. Okay, we have a new black board and lots of fun colors. I think we're kind of hitting the corner of the black hole area, but it doesn't look like from this picture that's on the manual that there's a whole lot, like we're getting to the outer edges, I guess, of that center part, so probably not quite as thick and active as that center was, which was the last row that we made. Have you found that it's difficult to actually hang these? Because it's awesome that they have the hanging places in it, but then you've got 2 points that you have to measure perfectly so it's not crooked and stuff. I always seem to struggle with that. All right, I'm getting so good at this. All my logos are facing the right way. Took me long enough. And we're not even going to think about the fact that the first ones are probably the wrong way, because it'd start to eat at us, and then we would think we needed to do something stupid like go back and fix it. And we're not doing that. No, sir, we're going to put this up on the wall as soon as we can. Okay, we need a flower and a carrot. probably this corner right here. Oops, no, excuse me. I need a white one there. There he is. That's where the center's touching. When we attach it all to the last row. Is it kind of fun that they're putting in cricket like this? So many different pieces used. Kind of mesmerizing. It can almost be overwhelming if you start actually thinking through how many different ones they actually used. I think that on the last step I was supposed to put this one right here. And I forgot him. Okay, let me see. I've got a couple of these in here. There we go. And another one of those. Yeah, so this is definitely a thicker part up in here. I think I may be beginning to wonder if I have a spot for this. I have the artwork of Rex and Ahsoka hung up in my office room. And they're kind of one set just a little higher than the other one. Put a twig in there. Oh, wait. Gotta find a white flower to put on bottom. We've been putting pinks or purples on these, I think, but now we gotta do white. And I noticed that they make kind of a perfect little rectangle in one corner of them. Making sure I'm doing this right. Okay. That would be probably the perfect size to fit this, and they would all complement each other really well. I'm actually really excited. I don't know for sure that it's big enough, so I'm gonna have to go do some measuring probably, but I'm excited that there's a possibility of some place that I would like it. Because I had thought of one spot that I was going to hang it, but then have decided that that's actually the spot that Bahadur is going to sit on a display right beneath where this would sit. And I realized that with as tall as that is, this would get hidden. Well, that's definitely not going to work. So, had to kind of start brainstorming again there. Happened to spy this little perfect corner. Ooh, I love working with these pink pyramids. Let's see. It's always exciting when one of them gets to go in. Although, he wasn't supposed to go in there. You can come out, I know you can. Okay, he's supposed to go up here. Just tried to mess that up, didn't I? I definitely have gotten more comfortable doing it though, because I'm not pulling on all my pieces. Kind of able to spot them a little bit better. At least I think I'm spotting them better. Okay. I'm gonna put some flowers up here on top. I really do like this color of flower. I think that's going to go on that pink color. Oh, goodness. It's not a cylinder, kind of a cone. Yeah, there you go, the cone. Ooh, now that's an orange there. It's like a dark orange. Really nice. I think we used that before, but I'm still impressed with that color. Oh, he doesn't want to go in there. Come on, little guy. It's like cramming up against these, oh goodness, these flowers, and he's like not liking his spot. There we go. That's snug. We need a purple leaf. Okay, it goes up here. So this one's definitely taken a little bit longer than the last one. Which makes sense. A lot more going on down in this area of our galaxy. See, this one needs to go here, and then another one goes right here. I'm pretty sure. Let's hope I'm right. Nope. We need to put that there first, and then put our flower on. It does get harder when they start raising them up a lot, and so you're starting to get all these different layers. And just the flat. Okay. Oh, that looks right. Now let's see what they want now. I have absolutely no idea how long it's going to take to build a Baradur. That's a big set. There's quite a few. There's a Ninjago one coming out too that I've got my eye on it. Some sort of training grounds, I believe, and it looks really cool. There's also the Friends Castle Bed and Breakfast. Goodness. So many amazing sets. Hard to keep up with them all. Just didn't want to slippery. Okay, we're going to find our pink cup. There's a lot of pink cups in this set. When I had to pull my son's pieces for all of his sets out of the our Lego sorting, we sorted in all of our Lego sets so that we could have plenty of pieces to be able to build our mocks. We did it so long ago, but I know I've mentioned it before. I pulled them all out to preserve the quality of them for him. Oh, that was awful. It really was awful. In the back of all the instruction manuals, there is a list of all of the pieces used for each set. And I would sit there and I would have to read what was on it and then go find that many pieces of each one. Color had to be correct and all this stuff, and it took me a year. It was a monster project, and I would never want to do that again. Now, I still have a lot of my old sets in there, and I would like to get them out too to protect them. But I have a feeling I'm going to do it in a much, let's just say, slower fashion. More of a fun experience. Because I love to pull my castles out and make sure that those are protected. We are almost done with this bag, aren't we? We've got these waves of pink and purple going on, don't we? Okay, let's see. I'm trying to figure out where this white flower goes. Oh, I must have missed it. He goes up here. Like, they only have one here, and I didn't put one in. And that carrot goes right there. Okay. But I think otherwise I've got it. I didn't miss anything. All right, on to bag number 24 to finish this row. Got whites and a lot of pinks in this one. Which is interesting. For some reason I thought the only white was going to be up there, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay, I have a feeling we're going to be working here, yeah. Probably wouldn't have made it that easy on us just to put those two pieces in. Let's see, make sure we get that going the right way. I'd love to know what you think of the set so far. If you're enjoying building it. If you've had any struggles. I'm very happy I picked it up. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of artwork. But it definitely, you definitely have to pay attention to what you're doing. I guess you can't really build anything without paying attention to what you're doing, but some sets take a little bit of extra care, I think. And sometimes he can get a little tedious, can't he? Oh, scared myself there. Go back on there. You're probably expecting me to put this down on the table and do this, but I kind of like holding it. Okay. Now we have that in. We need this over here. Oh, this flag is fun. Okay. I feel like I'm kind of doing 2 steps at once here. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think I am doing 2 steps at once. My eyes keep going back and forth, not realizing they were doing it. I'm going old school here, not even looking up at the... Let's make sure I did that correct, considering I was jumping all over the place. It looks good. You know when you're in trouble when you get to the end and there's pieces that you know had to go in it, and then you have to figure it out. I seem to do that a lot, don't I? I think I caught a mistake. This little comb with this little flower needs to go there, and there's one of these little rounded pieces need to go in here. Oh, that is a tight squeeze in there. Okay, because this goes in front of that. I'm not surprised I messed up there because I was jumping back and forth between two pages there. He's definitely got more height than the first one, but it's not been crazy by any means. Okay. Wow, all right. We're getting close, but I feel like there's a lot that's getting ready to happen. All right. Because there is a lot of pieces and not a lot of room left on this thing. So let's see what they're going to have us do. I think later tonight, I'm going to take my puppy outside. And I have a swimming, a pool, a little pool for him. And he's kind of been struggling. He loves water, but he kind of filled up the pool and he doesn't know what he's supposed to do in it. So I got some toys when I went to the pet store that are designed to float in water. Now that might just do the trick. He might like fishing those out. So we might go see if he can play a little bit. My smart little Snowser doesn't like water, but if you throw some Cheerios in it, that girl will die for them for hours. Normally she'd never get anywhere close to sticking her head in water, but for that she will. I'm looking for a heart. There he is. He goes up here, and then those 3 in there. Okay, I think we're looking good, but we're gonna have to really watch what we're doing here because we're adding some height in, which can be tricky. See that and that. I think it goes, no, it goes over one more. think it goes there. And then one more over here. Nope, above the heart. I think I also have it backwards. I think it's supposed to go like that. Okay, that wasn't too crazy. I thought this would go a little bit slower than it has. She did pretty well there. All these little pieces are cramping up my hand though. A lot of little ones going in, aren't there? Okay. Now let's add in some cool things. Let's see, we need a flower there, there, and one more back up in here, which is kind of interesting. Okay, I'm moving this guy back one. I think I had him off. Okay, so we put our flowers in. Let me see. Oh, we need a carrot. Oh, and him. I actually found that Cheerios were actually a really good training tool. I don't think they're super unhealthy. So if you're working on training and taking them, that and Rice Krispies actually. Oops, I dropped a piece. Rice Krispies are just little bitty things, aren't they? And so then you really are watching the calories, which is good. We have little dogs, but they're kind of nice to take. My favorite training treat is actually carrots and apples. If you cut them up real small. Very healthy for them, and they love them. They don't do anything for those carrots. All right, let me see here. Put that guy up there. All right. Now we've got a few more things to do in here. Let me see. We need the purple one goes here, and the pink one goes over here. And then they're going to have us, I think that's correct. Like, kind of hard to tell unless you're able to count, but then there's so much going on. Some of the, you can't count them as easy. Kind of hard to get in there, aren't they? Okay, I'm actually going to see if I can put this guy in his thing before he goes on there. A little bit easier there, isn't it? He goes on this one. Okay. Wow, we have another one done. Let's get him ready. There we go. Push that down. Flip it over. Push in our red pins. And we only have one more square to finish this row. I kind of have a sneaky bad suspicion that this one is going to actually be a little bit more difficult. It looks like it's got a lot of blue pieces, and some of them look to be a little tall. So we might be putting the work in here. But let me finish putting in this green pin here. Let me show you this adorable little guy. I think we get to put in our little alien. So we'll put him back there. Excited about that. I like how they're green. Okay. And the Looney Tune, old Looney Tune cartoons. One of my favorites was Marvin the Martian and his dog. I just thought he was just the best. Him and Taz. I think this one's purple. They have two kinds. They have a blue and a purple. But I think that we need the purple one here. And I hope I'm right, because I got a color wrong not that long ago. Didn't my. There's a lot of pieces in this bag. But it should be pretty cool looking. Got these cone pieces that I don't really remember. Oh, I picked that up and completely forgot the piece I was going for. Now, where did you go? Oh, there he is. He's hiding. A dark little sneaky piece. I think one of the, I don't know, the best features of this is the dark to light coloring. A lot of the other pieces, artwork is, I would say predominantly more one type of coloring. Starry Night and the Great Wave and different ones. But this one has a lot of dynamic going on with it, which makes it really neat. I sure would love for them to do a Monet. I can't even imagine how hard that would be to do, though. Come to think of it, there's... Oops. I'll move him over one because I need to put one of these round plates in here. A purple one that I was trying to forget. Oops. There we go. Wait a minute, before I turn the page, there's a little bit more to do up in here. I didn't spy it till the last minute. I'm going to put a whisk in. I haven't figured out exactly what the whisks are in our little galaxy, but something super cool, I'm sure. Let me see, they're wanting us to put a round plate on that and then put him up. I think there. Put some added height up here first. Okay. I don't know why, but I definitely struggle with the darker colors. Kind of seeing where they're supposed to go. It's kind of odd to me. Okay, we're going to put our little alien in. He is going to hang out. Let me see here. First, actually, we have to do a new row. So I'm going to go ahead and start this row. So we get him right in the perfect spot. And then he's going to go in here. And I'm trying to figure out, this is the very bottom of the artwork. They have him facing here where you would not see him when the artwork is hung. So I'm going... My goodness, did they bury him completely? I'm going to try spinning him that way. I was looking at the next step and he's got a little green hat on. But they bury him very, very well, which is probably why he's facing this way. I'm glad I'm looking ahead here, because look at what they're going to do if you're looking. I'm trying to make it to where his little face is peeking out, because on the next step, we're going to put a piece behind it that would just cover him right up if we aimed him the way I was hoping to aim him. Oh, goodness, how crooked is that? All right. See, we're going to put it just like that. But first, I'm going to finish this row up here. Got a little hasty trying to show you, but let's not be hasty and put this in, right? So we don't get ahead of ourselves. Okay. One more little round one up here. can go back to what we were doing, and they're going to put this right here, and it completely covers him up, doesn't it, almost? He just starts to kind of hide out. He doesn't want to be caught and mistaken for an alien, even though he is an alien. But he kind of went into hiding there. But if we flip it around there, we can still see him, see? So that's why they did that. That was smart. Okay, that's gonna go there. Got a lot of height going on here, don't we? Here's where the blue one goes. Okay. I think that's all on that page. Goodness. So many things going on. Start to kind of get panicky when there's this much going on. I don't know why something is rolling away. Oh. I kept hearing this noise and I was like, what is it? It's like, oh, what is it? You know, something bad getting ready to happen. You can just kind of hear it and feel it. All right, now, they want us to put some things up here, so let's make sure we get those in. Which I think, oh wait, one more, okay. Oops. I'm gonna put all these cones in here. And a window, yeah, there's a lot of height going on in this neck of the woods. Which is kind of interesting to me. I don't know why I would think that it should be not so much height here. Let me see here. This is very interesting to me. I feel as if I am doing, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. Goodness, it goes just like that. I'm not sure what I was seeing there. It was confusing me. Sometimes I think I should only build in the morning, because the later the day goes on, the more muddled my brain gets. I guess it's just a hazard of trying to do too much. And I definitely tried to do too much. It's a bad habit of mine. But the truth of it is, I'd rather go to bed knowing that I gave the day everything I had. We're going to put a shiny metallic blue disc up there. I think I got everything on that one. Okay, that is a lot of pieces left over, and they think that I need to do a new bag. So what did I do? We are going to have to do some serious backtracking. We've got a cherry that's supposed to go on here. How did I mess this bag up so much? We have this to go here. If you are following along, I just messed us all up. Okay, now what I don't know is if those are all extras or I did something wrong here again. We need this here. Let me see. Got to put a cheese slope there. I hope you caught all this, and yours is looking fabulous. Because mine is looking a little interesting at the moment. Way too many pieces left over. Okay, I think I have it right, and those are extra pieces. But let's hope so. Okay, on bag 26, I'm going to pay more attention. I'm actually thinking about leaving it right here and seeing, because I think that a lot of times I make mistakes because my arm is literally on the instruction book the way I've positioned myself. So let's see if doing this might help this problem a little bit. Because now I can see the instructions a smidge better. I've thought about looking into the digital version of the instruction manuals. I know Matt uses it a lot, but I have to be honest with you. Okay, I just want to make sure I did do that right. I just like the paper version. I think it would be easier to just have, you know, the Kindle or something right there, and it's smaller than these big books, but it just feels right to do it the old way. I'm looking for a little round disc in blue, and he's hiding underneath this purple one. Okay. But maybe I should give it a try one time and see. I know you can pull them up real easy. All right, let's see. Here he goes here. Okay. Now they're wanting us to work back down here and build this up a little bit. Okay. This is really tall for a bottom. See, I need a dark blue. Here it is. And another little birdhouse for the bottom of the picture. It's got a lot of height to it. This does not want to go on. I think it's my position. There we go. Okay, we're going to work over here now. Put in another tall window. And cheese slope. Those are kind of things I'd end up missing a lot of times. So glad I caught that one. Okay. And one more blue cylinder. I think I've got it. Oh, this is going to be fun. We're going to start with a couple of hairbrushes. Okay. Now one goes in here, and one goes over here. Go ahead and put those in, and then we'll start working on this next row that they have here. I like that piece. This one has one of the little coral flowers on it. Okay. And this one's got a jewel on it. So a lot kind of going on there. This is an exciting part of the Milky Way. Okay. I'm going to put this on here. But they also have a couple of things over here. I just really love this metallic-y blue color. Okay. Oh goodness, I think that's all for that page, or in step, I should say. Okay. Goodness, I can't believe we're almost ready to make our last row. Seems like it's been a little bit of a long time coming. They need a microphone. I'm calling them microphones. I know they're not actually the microphone because it looks a little bit different. I like the different combination of blues they're using. I've had 3 different types of blue. Kind of 2 predominant ones, but there's that little kind of pale blue tucked away in there. Okay, let's see. They want us to put this on top of here. I'm getting really excited to see this put into the base because of how thick this is down here. And I want to see it on the kind of the mirrored image of this one because I don't know why. I think it was way shorter in height, so sometimes I feel like I become fussy about things. It's kind of funny. More particular than I thought I think I am. Get an idea in my mind thinking that it's going to be. But I think that if I actually looked, and this is where it's going to be interesting, looked at the other side of this, is it that same kind of height going on? Okay, it looks like, let's see, we're going to do another little microphone kind of things over there. And then we're going to fill this in. Wait, this needs to go up here. We need a disc on top of this guy. Don't want to forget all these special little pieces that we have a tendency to skip right over. Okay, got all those blue ones in. Pull out our pens. We're going to need those soon, aren't we? Now we're putting in our flat purples. Okay. I lost my spot on the page there for a second. This goes there. Okay. I wanted to make sure I was getting them in right. Whoops. Move you over one. All right, a couple more and we will be ready to pop this in. Oops, I slid underneath of that, didn't it? Trying to work in this little corner up here. This is going to be super duper exciting too. All right, let's first. Okay. Grab this guy, and he's going to go there. That's an impressive row we just made, isn't it? Push our red ones in, and then we'll go grab the big frame. Okay, we've got our big frame, and we're going to put it in. Whoops. It wants to be a little down there. Okay. It's a little off somehow. There we go. Okay, okay. Oh, don't forget him. Okay. And now we need our little pins down here. Make sure we have it pushed in good. It's a really genius way of securing this, isn't it? Let's see if we can reach up here and find these. Kind of in a hidden way, isn't it? Okay, there we go. And one more over here. All right, now let's flip this guy up. And we're going to start pushing in green pins here. Should be 6 of them. All right. So, let's see here. Let me move this candle out of the way. All right. Now, what I'm curious about is see how tall this part was. Okay, see how tall this part was right here coming in? What I was thinking is that the swirl up here should be as tall as this one down here, but it's not. It is definitely, and that's what I was missing because I'm like, it wasn't tall like that. So this one's coming around kind of big, which is very interesting to me. I really want to kind of know what this last one's going to be. So let's get started on it and let's finish this project. Okay, we're on back 27. I can't believe how close we are to finishing this. We're on the last row. It'll be interesting to see if this goes together quickly or if it's got a lot to it. Let's see, we need that in there. Kind of interesting how these things are going in. They're going a little bit different. Little green one up here. Okay, so let's flip this guy over. Get to work. Maybe we'll set him down right there. There's a lot of the purple smooth tiles here. So it must be pretty flat in this part of the Milky Way. I'm excited to actually do some research and actually try to figure out how accurate the artwork is to what they've been able to determine in the actual Milky Way from their discoveries. I'd like to look that up, and I'm wondering if maybe the track that you can listen to actually explains some of that. I may have to go back and listen to it. All right, let's see here. It's got a little bit, there's a lot going on this row, isn't there? I'm thinking I did something wrong there. Wait a minute. Let's move this down one. I might need a little bit of help here. He was kind of snug in there. He goes down there. I can't believe that we've journeyed this far as to get to this point. It does feel like it's taken a minute to get here. It's been a big build. I feel like I'm going to do something wrong here. There's so much going on. But I think if we just can kind of work it row by row here. When there's so many of the tiles, they kind of blur together on the page, don't they? I love the artwork. I'm really going to have to start working on collecting them when they come out. I'm a bit behind. I don't have the Spider-Man or the Great Wave, which is unfortunate. Because I would love to see the different techniques used. I do have Starry Night, but would you believe I haven't built it yet? Definitely going to have to get on top of that. Kind of going backwards here a little bit. Well, let me see here. That goes there. Well, I'm going to make sure I did something right here. Just a second. Goodness, I really messed that up. I don't know where my eyes were. We got to pull up this one. Oh, he doesn't want to come up, does he? And then this one right here, because it's working actually off of this 1x4. And for some reason I was thinking that it was, I don't know, I was thinking it wasn't, I was already there, but I wasn't, because I've got to put in these right here. Goodness, see, I told you I was going to mess up. But we're back on track now. I'll put these little guys in. Okay, now we're down here. We're going to work this way. I have a bird feeder in the backyard. That's for the birds, but for some reason it seems to be where all of the animals kind of gather around. But the odd thing is you hear about people having problems with squirrels and other birds, but the funny thing is that I don't seem to have that problem. Everybody seems to work together for the most part. The only problem I've been having is these little bitty birds that keep trying to throw out all the seed to try to find, I don't know what they're looking for. They're looking for a specific seed. They can't seem to find it without making a huge mess. We're going to put one of these. So these are, in the front of this book, globular clusters, and these are supposed to be, I guess, what these are showing, and they're just like a tightly packed cluster of stars, I believe. So that's what we've been putting in. But the funny thing is that the squirrels aren't the ones that are causing the problems. Maybe because the birds are dumping so much out, they just come and are happy to enjoy the seed that has fallen on the ground, and they don't get up there and make a mess otherwise. I'm actually really proud of them. But I'll look out there. I looked out there yesterday, and there was a bunny, and there was 2 squirrels, and there were 2 doves, and there was even a cardinal on the ground, and they were just all just happy as can be together. Just kind of munching away on what was down there, and then the bird feeders themselves were covered with birds. Oh, that one just fell right off, didn't it? So I'm just really shocked at how happily everybody is working together and sharing. Although my puppies just kind of go out there and try to bowl over everybody. But I'll open up the back door, and before I open up the screen door, I'll say, they're coming. And I don't know if it's me hollering at them or if they hear the screen door open, but typically they'll start scattering to safety. And then there goes Tedder Joe running out to see who she can catch. Well, this one's going together super fast, but I want to make sure I'm a little bit confused on one thing here. I'm going to start in this row up here because that's the one that's making sense to me. And then kind of work it across from there because it should be 3 left open there. Got a little confusing there where I was supposed to put something. Do you find it harder when they have just a whole bunch of these flat pieces going in? I think I get a little bit rattled. There's a 4 here. Okay, so then I think that 4 was supposed to be in there. Yeah. And I had forgotten to put it in. And I think that was probably what was throwing me. So now let's see if we can work it back over and get it right. Because it is just wanting to be sneaky now, isn't it? Lots of little ones to put in. But I sure do love having the bird feeders out there. Kind of a cheerful place. It's funny how they don't, they're not there at certain times of the day. And then there's a whole bunch of them at other times. They must have some sort of feeding schedule. Saw a yellow finch the other day, and he was beautiful. We have lots of cardinals. Okay, did we get all that in? Because kind of nervous I was going to mess it up, but it looks right. Okay, let's try this now. Start up here in this corner and see. We don't have much left to go, but seems to be quite a few pieces here. I have a feeling that this one's only going to take 1 back to finish. Oh wait, don't do that. He goes underneath of there because we've got to put... Oh, he doesn't want to go down. Those little guys in that hole. Okay. The only problem with the Lego artwork is that I have to keep finding walls to put stuff on that aren't already full. Oh, I did it again. It's our red piece. Although my living room has really, really high ceilings, and I always wondered, what in the world am I supposed to do with, 21 feet up. I don't know how tall it is. It's just kind of ridiculously tall up there. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with that? Okay, we have this here. That goes there. Okay, this goes here. I was a little bit confused there. So we should have that open now. Okay, it looks good. This guy's going to go on there. finishing him up really fast, aren't we? Even though we got confused and stumbled a few times. But I thought, well, I've never quite known what you would hang up that high. But I suppose you could just, oops, move him over too. Need a 2x1 flat in there. Or smooth, excuse me. Looky there. Okay. We're on to bag 28 in a new square. Okay, we have our new square. We're going to put our pins in. But I was saying, I guess I could just use those tall walls and just kind of start covering them in artwork. I don't know that you would actually see them as best as they could be showcased, but I suppose if you run out of room everywhere else, you might as well use a wall if you have it. This goes down here. We're not putting the green ones in because there's not another row being built in. We have made it to the end. Alright, we're going to turn this over and have it like this. And they're kind of working down this way, which is kind of interesting to me. But we will trust them. There's a lot of purple and pinks in this one, so I guess we're working more into the more active parts of the Milky Way versus the deep, maybe less populated with stars and such. I'm not sure what makes it have different heights and textures to it. I'm sure it's with what they've discovered. Definitely think I'm going to do head to the library to do some in-depth research about the Milky Way, though. There's been so many things, that one's crooked, so many things that have popped up in my head that I would really like to have answers to. And be honest with you, we're getting ready to do something that has me a little bit confused. I know I have it positioned like they want us to, with the red facing this way, but now they're going to have us turn it this way, which is really confusing me as to why they did that. But we'll do what they say. Because I can promise you, I do not know better. I haven't noticed it having to turn before like that. Maybe they're afraid we got a little bored and so they changed things up a bit on us. Oh. Put that back on there. Our local weatherman, excuse me, he's fabulous. Extremely knowledgeable, and you can always really depend on him, especially when the big thunderstorms come in, to let you know what you need to be doing. But he really loves outer space and loves to kind of give updates on cool things that are happening or things that NASA's doing. So it's really cool. Kind of pay attention to his social media and you can learn all kinds of things. This goes there. Wait a minute, I think we had forgotten before to do this right here. Yeah, I hadn't caught that those two slopes went in. Okay. We are going to put in a little bit of height here. do a couple of those things and then a whole bunch of other things going on here. So let's see if we can get them in here, right? Turn it just a little bit there so we can see what we're doing. Keeping the red attachment facing up. I got really frustrated recently because I actually missed the northern lights that actually were showing up here on the eastern side of the United States, and we had so much going on that we missed that was happening somehow. I don't know. I was so consumed with everything going on. All right, I'm going to try to figure out where it is that they want us to put this. They want one of these little round plates here, and then it goes on top of there. Okay. There is a lot going on here. I'm going to make sure we're definitely going to use 2 bags for this one, aren't we? Because we are running out of pieces fast, and we're not even close to being done with it. Okay, I'm working at it from this side, and I'm wondering if I should have started over here, but we're going to make it work. Because this goes here. And we need this pink slip here. I think that's what I was getting confused on. Okay. I think we have it all correct. But what was the weird thing is that people were saying, people taking amazing pictures and stuff, but they were saying that to get the best view of it was to actually take pictures, because just by looking at it, you weren't actually able to see as much as if you took a picture. That somehow the camera was able to pick them up better than our natural eye was, which was really interesting to me. But hopefully it'll happen again sometime and I can make sure I'm out there. Okay. All right, we're ready for bag 29. Bag 29 is just a little bitty bag, isn't it? With a lot of little bitty pieces. Looks like it's going to flatten out a bit here. I decided to do a little bit of rearranging. Actually toying around with the idea of starting up another channel, one where we can chat about all things Lego. But I needed a good filming area for it, so I started to rearrange my office a little bit to set one up. I have lost a piece I need, and this piece is stuck in there. Okay, where are you? Goodness, he is really hiding. Here you are. But that means I of course decided a whole bunch of stuff had to be moved. And I was actually moving around some of the wall cube storages that I have. Let's make another little binocular guy thing. And moved those downstairs into my office so that I could set up kind of a cool backdrop, so to speak. Put a cherry in here. Oops. It does better if he's turned the right way. But the problem is that I had a whole bunch of Lego sets on display upstairs in these cubes, and now I've taken the cubes downstairs and I have to move a whole bunch of sets. And a lot of them are larger, so a little bit trickier to move. such as the tree house and the pirate ship and quite a few. Thankfully, Rivendell is already downstairs, but goodness, I'm not looking forward to that. Need to do that today, but my daughter came up with a good plan. We have kind of a, I don't know, balcony, I suppose, upstairs where you can look down over into the entryway. And she was like, well, Mom, why don't we use, get a basket or something and use a pulley system to lower the sets down instead of making the trip up and down the stairs, because we have steep stairs. They're not very much fun. I was like, I don't know, do you think it'll work? So we're going to try it. My fear is everything is going to crash, and I really don't want to be making that many sets again. They fall apart. But she thinks we can manage to do it, so I suppose it's worth a try. I'll let you know if it turns into a disaster or not, but hopefully we can figure it out, because that would be pretty cool if we could just kind of lower them, especially the big ones, up and down. We had when Matt and I first got married, we had a condo up in the mountains. And it was, well, it would have been 3 stories up because the garages were underneath. And we decided to get a large screen TV, which back then, you didn't carry these things like you do now because they were huge. It was like a large piece of furniture versus just the flat screens that they have now. And there was no way that this was going up the stairwell. And so the people above us had a pulley system that they had used to get their couches up. And so they said, well, you can use the pulley system and get it up. So hundreds of pounds worth of TV. We pulled up these 3 stories with it all tied and roped off, and I thought, oh my goodness, that is just rather terrifying. I remember being really scared. Somehow it worked. We got it up, and when we moved, we got it down the same way. Just making sure I'm doing this right. I think I am. Okay. But that had a whole, a very professional pulley system set up, and we do not have that here. So we are going to have to be a little bit more careful about how we try to move these up, but they're also not as heavy as a TV. Let's see, we put that on already. Okay. I think we may have had to get a couch up that way too. It was this tight little stairwell that they had for these mountain condos, and it was very difficult to get anything large up and down them because they had just a short flight of stairs, and then they would do a tight turn and then up another flight of stairs, and it wasn't necessarily easy to move things. I'm going to move over here for a second because I'm seeing it a little bit better. Sometimes it helps to feel confident with what you're seeing. Okay, so then that goes there. That's the part I was confused on. What was there before? We had one of our other houses, we had the couches wouldn't actually fit in through a doorway. So we actually had to move them in through a window. The house had nice windows though that you could open up real wide. Okay, now this is the way it goes. We were working at it kind of funny, but you put it on like that. Wow, Okay, we're cruising. So now we have one more panel left. Let's flip this guy over. I'm pushing his red pins down. Okay, we'll move on to bag 30. Looks like we're going to have some height going in here because we've got a lot of those tall blue pieces. It's probably going to match up with that other area that we were building up so tall in the last row. And that is definitely something I want to figure out, is why it would be thicker in areas, if it's just an artistic rendition or if there's actual reasons why. Maybe it's because it has a lot more going on, more planets and such, or if it's just that they're trying to depict. Okay, there's no red or greens here. So they're telling us to flip it over, but to have these green pins that are coming out actually right there. So we put this upright. Although my logo's off, unless they're really messing me up. I had it down so well. Unless they're gonna turn it in a way that it works. All right, we put that in and then they're gonna do this. But I'm actually excited to do that research and try to figure out maybe why the artwork was done this way and what is actually in the Milky Way, or what have we discovered. So it's about time to learn a little more, I think. They say to never stop learning. So let's see, I need one of these with a blue flower on top. Oops. Okay. Oh, we need to put a little one of these in here. Kind of working around this blue tall slope is a little tricky. Okay. Gonna do another cylinder with it. I like these blue flowers. They're that bright blue. That's very lovely. Okay, let me see here. We've got these little pieces hiding a bit, and I'm afraid... Oh, wait a minute. That didn't go there. It was supposed to go just a smidge down here, and for some reason I put it up there a little higher than it should have gone. Okay. I'll bet you that this is going to go right up against that other tall area or close to it. Because there was that lower side that I thought was going to smooth out, but it didn't. Really built up. And I know I was fussing because it wasn't, really symmetrical, but it actually looks really cool that it's not. It's kind of like it has waves to it, around that black hole in the middle. Put a little birdhouse up here. But the waves aren't all perfect. They're kind of coming in at different heights and size, which is really cool. I still love that little alien we put in. Wait a minute, I need to put one of those star clusters back here. Oh, that was a couple steps back. Somehow missed him. He was hiding. Okay, did I get everything there? I think so. With glare on the book, it's kind of hard to see when these dark pieces happen. I remember one time I made a set and it was just really dark. It was a lot of black in it. And it had that darker colored background to it, I could hardly see where I was supposed to be putting these pieces. It was actually kind of frustrating. I felt like I was constantly messing up and not seeing what I was supposed to be doing. We have that in there. Let's see, we need this to go here. Okay, wait, and then that goes there. Got confused there for a second. Wait a minute, I see a little piece. I was just double checking that. This goes up here. Make sure I get him up there. Okay, now we can turn the page, I think. All right, there's a lot going on here. I'm going to kind of set him down for just a second. See if I can build him up a little bit this way, because there's just a lot of height going in here. Wait a minute, my fingers are working better the other way. Okay. Oh, another one of those round cylinders. That's a way to get some height quickly, isn't it? I still love the combinations of blue they put together. Okay. Gotta make sure we're doing it right. Looks like we have a cylinder and a little blue flower. And then another one of these 1x1 flats. So if you have a Lego store by you and you have that as an option, do you prefer to go in, wait for the day things are released and go in and purchase them? Or do you prefer to order them online and not risk the crowds or them running out? I am a little torn sometimes because it would be nice to just order them and not have to go stand in line for a long time or risk getting there and being behind, but just wanted to make sure I got everything in there. It looks pretty good. Okay. But it's kind of exciting too to be able to go in, so it's kind of hard to say what you should do. And then if you, unless it's a pre-order, you are waiting then for the shipping. Wait, let's put this in here first. That's going to be really tricky to get in if we put this window in first. Okay. All right, let me see if that's correct. Very impressed with how quickly we're knocking through this bag. It looks like it might be trickier, but it has not been too difficult. Let's see, this goes here. I'm going to put this little sparkly jewel on top of that beautiful aqua piece down there. All right, we do have a couple toppers that we need to put in. And I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, I missed this guy up here. I don't know why I'm always missing those guys. And I'm not convinced that this is an extra piece. So I think I need to take a quick peek back and make sure that I'm getting all those in correctly. Okay, I missed him on step 40. He just goes right there. So that was an easy fix. Okay, on to the last bag. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this is the last bag. We're so close. I can't remember if I told you the story of when we actually went to pick up the Venator for a special birthday gift for our son. And we got there on the day that it was released. Matt and I were really excited. And there was a pretty good line that had already developed. I have found that on release days where a lot of Star Wars ships are coming out, those are the days that you really have to be on top of getting to the store early, or there's a pretty big chance that you're going to miss out. And so we got there, and we were like, oh boy, okay, there's a lot of people here. And we were in line, and a father and son came up behind us. And this dad was so excited. Oh my goodness, he was really excited for the vinegar. Just chatting away. And he was nervous. He was really nervous that they were going to not have enough. And eventually the manager of the store came out, started going down. And they're really awesome. They'll, if you wanted, they'll kind of reserve your name on it so that there's not chaos in the store when you run in. You have your set reserved. And so she's going down the line, and gets closer to us, and there was two young men standing in front of us. And she said, do you guys want a vinegar? And they said yes. And she's like, okay. And then she comes to us and got ours reserved, and then goes to the person behind us. And she's like, okay, I have one more. Do you want a vinegar? And he was like, oh goodness, yes. He was just a nervous wreck. Can't believe that I was the last one to get one. And he was just nervous. Well, I got worried. I got really worried because there was something inside of me that was thinking something is wrong, because with this picture, I couldn't quite pin my thought on it for a minute. And then I was like, why do I think that those two young men, she only wrote down one. I think they are just, friends here together, and they are each wanting one. And that they're, one of them didn't get theirs reserved. But they were in line even before us, so. She comes out a little bit later. And I'm sitting here kind of nervous about it. She comes down, double checking things, and then she comes up to those two young guys, and she goes, now, you guys wanted one, right? And I think they'd been thinking the same thing, because they said, well, no, we each want one. And, this poor manager, she, you could just tell that just about stressed her out, because now she realized that she hadn't specified, and it was going to be a bit of a problem. And she's like, are you sure? Did you tell me that before? And they were like, yes, we both said. And it wasn't like it was, she didn't actually really clarify. They didn't clarify. I don't think it was anybody's fault. It was just one of those things that happen. And I'm thinking, oh, no. I mean, this guy behind us, his dad, he was so excited. And I thought, he's just going to have his day really, really ruined. And so she comes down to him. She tells him, she's like, I'm so sorry, I messed up. He handled it really, really well. I thought we were in trouble. He's going to just completely flip out, but he didn't. He was very disappointed, but he handled it in a very gentlemanly way. And she felt so bad, the manager. I had been sitting there. See, I've been thinking about this for a bit, and we were getting it for our son, but our son was still at college. I'm going to actually put this jewel in before I put it in with all those windows around. It's too hard to fit my fingers in there, too. And so he wasn't even going to be able to build it right away. It was going to actually be until Christmas break before he was really even going to get to, or Thanksgiving break maybe, but anyways, be able to build it. And this poor guy had plans to go home and build it right away, had the rest of the day off work. And I thought, so I kind of whispered to Matt, and I'm like, let's check online and see if they've sold out yet and they're still available. So we look online real quick, and I'm like, Matt, I think we should let him have our vinegar. And Matt couldn't believe it at first. He was just like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. And we're just going to have it sitting in a room. And I told him, it's what our son would want us to do. So the first thing we did was we put our order in. We made sure that it went through. And when it went through, we turned around and we were like, okay. Matt was like, I'm going to hook you up. And so we let him have it. And it was exciting. He was so excited. It was a lot of fun to be able to do that. Okay. let's get this guy together. We're going to push him down on there. And then we're going to turn this. Oh, it didn't. Okay. Let's double check something. Something isn't right. This one, that doesn't make sense either. Okay, I feel this side should go down here. But for some reason, this needs to go up here, I think. Okay, yeah. I must have put either the pins or the red thing on. I don't know. That was kind of funny. Oh, he doesn't want to come. Because that's the way it should be with the red ones and the red ones, but for some reason my pins and my red wasn't correct. I don't know if I did that or something else happened. Okay. It's telling me to put it in, so I'm going to do that, but then it's also, we're going to go back and put something else in, the "you are here" part. But let's go ahead and get the big frame here and get it all adjusted, and then we'll get it all set up. Okay, we gotta fit this in here now. Make sure that, I wanted to make sure that those green ones were going the right way, but they are. Okay, a little bit nervous. Okay, now we're gonna see if we can get it all pushed down here. It's kind of wonderful. Over there, let me see. Okay, now we need to get and put our pins in everywhere. And there's a long way around now because we got to get it all the way around the side, not just the 4 we've been putting in. Okay. Working my way down here. Goodness, there's 6 on this side alone, isn't there? Now this is what's confusing me. I'm going to double check something here. Just a second. Okay, I've got this very precariously positioned because I'm having a problem. This piece right here. Oh my goodness. It's supposed to go like that. And I had gotten it wrong. And it was pushing up the frame itself. So let's see if we can flip this back over. I also had a casualty. I'm going to have to figure out where that goes. Okay. Thankfully, that guy just fell off right there. He must not have been in there tight enough. And now we're back to trying to fit those pins in. And now they go in. Good for them. Okay, let's see. Push these in here. It might be better to turn this around. This is a big piece of artwork. Let's see, I think we need one more over here. But he doesn't necessarily want to go in. Okay, and then these 2 here. Those pins are the tricky spot. Okay, now he's being pushed down all the way. Okay, now we've got them all in. And they want us to do, goodness, push all the green ones in. Now he is secure as can be, and I believe I have him faced. Let's bring him this way. Okay, now we can see him. And we turn the page here, and it's going to tell us to put this cute little, looking little tooth. And then it tells us to put him, let's see if we can figure this out, because it says plop him right there. Well, where in the world is right there? But if you'll notice, our one glowing piece that we put in, the glow in the dark piece, it looks like he sits right there, kind of on top of that medium pink 1x2. I guess maybe the glowing one is us. That's kind of a cool thought. I wonder why they only put one glowing piece in. Okay, we're done. I can't even believe it because it felt like it was dragging there for a bit. But it looks amazing. I'm just so excited I got this. I hope you had fun. I know that was a long video, so if you stuck with me till the end, I'm proud of you. So I will see you soon with hopefully another awesome build.